something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in these eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in these eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 storm then, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm then, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now It's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No
niggas know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. No rush, go on, move dumb. Push and show on, move dumb. Peace and love turn to peace and gloves. Now you gotta do a run up. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People there quick, now they wanna move out the bits. Boy wanna grow to a bitch, nah. Unless you heard it from me, and you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all that energy extra. You don't see me with the hitters.
Child, leaving them beaners alone. Me, with a squeeze, I get no feelings involved.
Child, leaving them beaners alone. Me, with a squeeze.
I'm getting hype.
Cho một lẩu Thái anh ơi.
Play games.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
You crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Play games.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up, way up. Put your hands, put your city, put your fans, put your state up.
Play games.
"17 teams from 7 regions lit the fire within them as we kicked off the first week of the FFSI 2023 group stage. We saw some of the cleanest plays, the boldest clutches, and the most heartbreaking blowouts. Hailed as the strongest region in FreeFire, the Thai representatives did not disappoint. Well, most of them didn't. E-Arena, the first seed of Thailand, struggled to find the tempo and only managing to collect a measly 73 points by the end of the week, putting them in the 16th spot. On the other hand, despite a bumpy start, the two-time world champions EVO's Phoenix showed that they are still formidable on an international stage by bagging a total of 4 booyahs and grabbing the top spot in week 1. Securing second place, Magic Esports made an impression with their magical debut, especially Saming coming in with his peculiar performances, claiming the Week 1 MVP title. Closely following behind, First Raiders Eclipse and Genesis Dogma SF from Indonesia show that they are not to be underestimated, as First Raiders Eclipse show consistency by racking up the exact same eliminations and placement points as Magic Esports, only to be separated by their booyah count. While Genesis Dogma SF had the explosive start and racking up 100 points on day 2. Another noteworthy moment from week 1 would be the 2 vs 4 clutch play from MCPS representative Expand, stealing away the booyah from Genesis Dogma SF on the very same day and proving that they are one of the rising teams, posing a threat to the big names. Not to forget, from a disappointing performance on day 2, Ego Esport of Vietnam soared high on day 3, catching up to the top teams. With only 3 days of the group stage remaining, will EVO's Phoenix continue to rule the world of FreeFire as the fabled Icarus? Or will the region of Indonesia and MCPS pose a big enough challenge to threaten the throne? Who will ascend? Who will crumble? And who will qualify for the FFSI 2023 Grand Finals?
The glue wall smasher, the one and only 9 fan from the side of FW.
Grenades.
And it looks like EVOS Phoenix gonna eat a few. Here comes FW now. Nade after nade after nade after nade after nade. 9 fan manages to get God Cruz out of the equation, and EVOS Phoenix gonna. Dogma already with a single elimination, also looking for Donbu. If they can snuff out MGE early, this is really gonna down the spirits of Magic.
That Magic is Donbu.
Oh, I see that. Gonna pulled out. That's gonna back him up for a little bit as he patches himself right back up. North on the other hand would back up. Start.
Back by Donbu. FR coming in to try and help out. Wasana is there with his friends as well. We've seen the triple homers before, and a swing from Craven, getting the exchange, and they win. Oh my goodness, FR, what has happened? First is the clips. They're breaking through the glue walls. They're trying to run down the rest of Mob Team. Lozzy taking out Ambon as well. It's only heard the truck, and that's Borges. He's gonna try it. It's gonna be huge. Bloody goes down. Souza gets traded back, but FR, they have 2 members left from the roof. North gets yanked by the end.
Oh, the nade!
The ice grenade, just a bit out of range. Darko is back up. North gonna drop down from the roof, looking for Rip God, tagging the blue zone. There is an opportunity, but he's running out of time. Bloody on the ground. Gmail coming in. That is super good news as Fast and Roy coming in the name. Deltas go down. Borges dropping low. Roy on the left side. They're gonna get a big flank. The clock is too fast. Doing it big time. Too fast doesn't notice.
Too fast. Groza. Borges does manage to drop himself right back up. And Too Fast just has to be really careful here. 3 more grenades to work around with. He's been slowed down already. Borges now with the woodpecker, but Groza is gonna.
Might be able to steal that away. Get High now with support of Jonah from so far. Might have a chance against GD. Get High still has a lot of that health to work with. Even at the bonfire, just swapping these doorways. He is middle. And finally downstairs. Grenade launcher. Get out. Oh, it is like baby. I also. GRC reviving the whole team, and you have Iza God is gonna hold this compound. 1v1 against 18 Deer. Raz is joining very fast. Iza God drops the glue wall, double glue wall, blocking line of sight, but he's still getting pressured. Backup provided from behind. 18 Deer, they really want to try and break through this glue wall, and they will do it. But Iza God, you have suppressive fire from 2E from behind. Iza God now turns the corner. Tries to go for the challenge, but it might be a bad choice. And again, Raz gets taken out. Iza God taking advantage of the reload. Backup coming through for GRC. Iza God still alive. This guy is taking it to the next level. 18 Deer looks for him. Izagon. Pixel gets the second drop. Fire. Can he close it out? Darklove shows up. Fire can't get the job done. The time turner protecting Izagon. GRC, they fall flat.
Kill.
สวัสดีครับผมโจนะกัปตันทีมยูฟีนิกนักสู้ที่ดีที่สุดในเกมอยู่ทีมผมนี่แหละครับผมเป็นคนชอบกินส่วนถ้าถามผมว่าชอบกินอะไรผมตอบได้เลยว่าก๋วยเตี๋ยวไก่มะระชีวิตผมสบายมากแล้วผมเล่นเกมอะไรก็เก่งแน่นอนว่าสำหรับเกมนี้ผมนำมาเพื่อชนะอยู่แล้วส่วนนี่Eword Already มีตำแหน่งคือ Attacker มีดีที่หน้าตาแถมลีลาไม่แพ้ใครส่วนเรื่องฉายาใครๆก็เรียกเขาว่าดอยแต่ถ้าคู่แข่งเจอผมรับรองว่ามีหงอยแน่นอนครับคนนี้คือ Eword God Cruz ตำแหน่ง Attacker และเป็น In-Game Leader ฉายาของเขาคือจอมโจรคูดชอบหยิบของเพื่อนกินชอบนอนแต่สำหรับเกมนี้ข เขาชอบเอาชนะ คนนี้คืออีโวตโมชิอยู่ตำแหน่งสไนเปอร์มีงานอดิเรกชอบเล่นกีตาร์ชอบท้าคู่แข่งและชนะได้ด้วยทำให้เขาได้ฉายาอุลตร้าแมนคนสุดท้ายคืออีโวตเกตไฮเป็นแอคแท็กเกอร์ของทีมไม่มีงานอดิเรกไม่มีฉายามีแต่คำว่าแชมป์ในหัวใจพวกเราอีโวตฟีนิกซ์ฆ่ามาก็ไม่ตายล้มก็ล้มไม่ได้เพราะนกฟีนิกซ์เกิดใหม่ได้เสมอ
Cả team sẽ làm hết sức để thi đấu thật tốt vào tuần 2.
Ada sih kesalahan kita di minggu kemarin itu telat mengambil keputusan drop zone. Ya paling untuk minggu kedua kita akan perbanyak evaluasi dan merubah gameplay.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages, welcome back, baby. This is the FreeFire SEA Invitationals. With your casters, I am the Mustachio AJ down here, this time with a whole new look on the casting desk because we've got our guy Gideon with us. Welcome, Gideon.
Well, thank you, AJ, for having me on board. I'm going to be your replacement caster for today, and I work exactly the same way as any replacement teacher. Kind of know the subject, will get your name wrong.
Well, hopefully you don't get too many of those name wrongs. In here today, right, instead of 12 teams, we've got back to 11 teams.
Yes.
Unfortunately, couldn't have the presence of the Pakistan team legacy, but we still do have 5 of them who are vying for that grand finals. And today is the final day for them to do exactly that, because after today, no more group stages. 3 days of the grand finals.
Yeah, I hate to say this, but this is a blessing in disguise. With one less team, there's more spaces to play, more opportunities to create for yourself on the map. And I don't know about you, but the random 6th map has got me a little excited after reading about the format. How's it been going these past few days? Has it really messed with a couple of teams? Come on.
It has to mess with a couple of teams, and I think this is proven through the data that we have, right? Not all of the teams out there have proven that they have dominated and mastered each and every single one of those maps. We see very scattered booyahs coming on through. We see certain teams preferring and most definitely excelling at certain maps. PE Sports, who's not in play today, they dominated Bermuda. Out of 6 of their booyahs, they got 5 of it on Bermuda, which is absolutely insane. Speaking of which, that's exactly where we're going to be starting off the day. Game 2, we head on into Purgatory, Alpine for Game 3, Next Tower for Game 4. A quick reset in terms of the maps for Game 5. And like you said, randomizer drops by for Game 6.
And that's where it gets really, really scary. As you mentioned before, a lot of teams, some of them find success unless, of course, your EVOS Phoenix, who's been dominating the tournament thus far, still at the top of the standings.
Yep.
They're not too worried about anything, but Team Flash Farong as well, both having their ups and downs. Farong definitely a little bit more disappointing than others, but Team Flash has an opportunity here to try and qualify.
Group A is probably the most well-balanced group in terms of where they sit on the overall leaderboard. You've got your league toppers, EVOS Phoenix, you've got Team Flash somewhere in the middle, and then you've got Farang Alpha and LGDS living somewhere down below. But hopefully today's the day we get to see them rise up to the top, because it's going to be their final opportunity through 6 matches. Group C, on the other hand, has Genesis Dogma SF, the #1 seed from Indonesia, that has not been super dominant within FFSI, but just like in their local circuit, we might just see them rise up to the occasion in the grand finals, like we were talking about earlier, Gideon. 12th to qualify for the finals, and then became the #1 seed.
Exactly. And no, that's the important thing here, because no matter what, if you make it through the play-ins, you have that second opportunity to really show that you are everything that this tournament has been asking from you. Here's the current standings so far. Keep in mind that we're going to be playing Group A and Group C today.
Yep.
So hopefully, especially for Group C, where a lot of eyes are focused on, we're hoping to see the last few make it through that 12th spot and qualify for that grand finals.
And Group B is not in play today, like you mentioned, and Group B has got 5 out of 6 of its teams in the top 5. #1, #2, #3, #4, #5, all the way down to Morph. They're all from Group B. They will not be participating, but at the very same time, there's no way in hell they do not make it to the grand finals. I mean, they've pretty much done whatever that needs to be done out there, and those that will be in a little bit of trouble will come from these 2 groups that are in play, Group A as well as Group C. Unfortunately, a majority of them from Group A.
Honestly, not too worried about the region of Thailand. As a whole, they generally have that really sharp mechanics. You don't really know. Are they using gyro? Are they not? It's really tough, because they're so sharp, so quick with their cleanups on their fights, the way they rotate across the map, and the way that they can actually say, yes, I have the confidence. We can take out this team. And that opens up so many possibilities walking into these rings, walking into these last few circles to pick up those valuable points when you get into that last top 4, top 6.
And of course, it's not just down to the mechanical skills. We have seen that the composition of each and every single team being different. I mean, you've got some of those teams, i.e. EVOS Phoenix, running the 4-man J-Beebs, and then you've got some others bringing in a triple homer. You've got some of them who really prefer to play the Steffi as their active to get them that extra boost of defense, especially when you want to deal with so many of those snakes in the current meta.
Absolutely, but the one that I'm looking out for are teams who try to go a little bit out of the box, who look to invest in, hey, I've got a dang good sniper rifle user. I'm going to give him Iris. Let's see and make magic happen.
Magic Esports currently the one with the highest damage out there on the battlefield, with 123 eliminations total, followed by EVOS Phoenix. They are in your #2 spot, but they actually have got the most number of eliminations compared to any one of the other teams playing within Group A and Group C today.
I mean, it's understandable. They play 4 J-Beebs sometimes, and making sure that they're reducing their overall damage is messing with other people's stats. It's great to see that teams are very willing to say, hey, instead of util, let's play together. We know that we're great fraggers. We know that we play as 4 better than anybody else, and it makes complete sense. Damage, it lives through the roof in terms of their numbers.
I mean, Jonas, your Terminator, right? He's the one that you want to be pushing. I mean, he's the Terminator of the 2-time world champs. That in itself is enough said. He's the captain. He runs his mouth like he's a little choo-choo train. I love the trash talk out of Jonah. And it's not just the talk. They can walk the talk, right? That's what's amazing about this team. And of course, taking a look at the teams to look out for, EVOS Phoenix with a 43% top 3 rate on Bermuda. You gotta love it. Followed by Genesis Dogma SF alongside Magic Esports.
Yep, and Bermuda, it's a default map. Everybody knows the map. Everybody knows the layout. These teams have played it for many times during their scrims, during their professional play. I'm excited to see whether they're going to pull out something new to try to cheese their way to make it into that top 12.
Yeah, I echo your point as to how so many of these teams know.
Cả team sẽ làm hết sức để thi đấu thật tốt vào tuần 2.
Ada sih kesalahan kita di minggu kemarin itu, telat mengambil keputusan drop zone. Ya paling untuk minggu kedua kita akan perbanyak evaluasi dan merubah gameplay.
弗朗对他说：“你的爆破没我强。”
Lihat aja nanti week 2 gue bantai lu.
Food, rank, net.
Mình rất ấn tượng với Genesis Dogma, còn với GAC Aphrodite thì họ chưa thể hiện được nhiều.
With the double barrel, 4 little hot, glue wall melters come, limit completely hot. They haven't.
Buat tim SPTC sama LGDS, gue bikin kocar kacir lu.
Still has 2 more to go through though. That man, too deadly. And Alpha coming up. Alpha does it.
أكبر عدو لنا وهو مثل ما تعرفون مثل ما كان في الأسبوع الأول وهو فريق إيفوس.
Team mình gặp nhiều lỗi cá nhân và chiến thuật chưa tốt. Chúng mình sẽ nghiên cứu chiến thuật mới. Kesalahan kita orang pada minggu pertama adalah turun berpecah-pecah dan cara kita mengatasinya adalah saling mengingati. Pada minggu kedua, kita orang akan tingkatkan gameplay dan mental.
الأخطاء التي ارتكبها الفريق الأول وهي عدم الانسجام والتفاهم مع بعض. الفريق اللي يحتاجه هو الثقة في النفس وعدم التوتر وعدم التسرع في اتخاذ القرارات.
Minggu pertama Farang tengah healing. Tunggu kita orang comeback.
لم نخسر الحرب بعد، القتال لسه متواصل، سنلتقي الأسبوع القادم إن شاء الله.
Nếu gặp Farang và Alpha thì cho Eagle xin 8 điểm. ขอบคุณ
Farang says they were healing in week 1 and they are all set to make that comeback in week 2. Fortunately, they're still healing, I think.
Honestly, it's a very bold claim to make because considering where they're standing, well, in the overall standings, they are going to have to get at least, what, 5 booyahs plus a bunch of kills on top of that? Like, you know, the average is going to be 8 here. And if they can consistently hit that while certain teams don't perform too well, there is an opportunity, but I will say the window is pretty tight.
It is very tight. I mean, we've also seen some top flight teams. I think the maximum number of points picked up within a day for any of the teams so far, the record has been set at 104. Presumably, if Farang does manage to get that done, at the moment from the bottom, they need 66 points more than the team that's currently in the 12th spot. And that team is playing today.
That's true. That's true.
That team literally needs to like flame out and like not show up at all. They need to disqualify themselves.
I mean, that's one way to handle it. But let's have a look at it because when we get into these maps, right, we're expecting the teams to play as consistently as possible. Every single time one of their members goes down, that puts themselves at a disadvantage. They want to make it into that top 6 at the very least, last 2 rings, and start farming those quick kills as quick as possible.
I totally agree with you, right? I mean, where have you been all this time, Gideon? That's exactly what I've been saying. I mean, like, get somewhere towards that middle circle, that final one, and then start to pop off. I mean, premature fights might get you a couple of eliminations, but what's the point if you're going to be wasting those guaranteed placement points?
Exactly. So many teams who want to make that fast decision of getting those early kills could get punished here. So it's all about that timing, all about the information that we saw from yesterday in day number 5 to make a difference here. Let's jump into it, Bermuda.
Flight path this time round, I assume it's going to be fair. It is super fair. Down in Cape Town, we also have got the high tier loot zone, which we might be able to expect a couple of hop drops in. Magic Esports alongside LGDS already out of the initial flight. As it heads straight towards Observatory, the whole map is wide open. And yes, ma'am, we are going to have a hot drop.
Oh,
don't make it a triple. Don't do it.
No, you can see them there. They're hovering around it. They want it.
Thank goodness.
Okay. So at least with 2 teams in the hot zone, they need to make sure that they get their guns fast. They need to make sure they can actually move out of the area, and especially for LGDS, I think for them getting these early kills is definitely going to help them out. But consistency is going to be key.
But they are going up against one of the best teams out there within the whole group stage. This is Magic Esports. They really know how to take a crack at teams, and usually they walk away with their lives in hand as well as a couple of elimination points. So LGDS, being one of the less aggressive teams out there, needs to be careful. But Farang getting that elimination so early gives me a little bit of a hope. Maybe they can walk that talk.
Oh, I'm curious to see where they actually found it, but it looks like Alpha is going to engage first.
Zarya backs away, remind AMG, and he still goes down. Fires, sprays him out of this. Jezbu alongside him as well, manages to get the knock onto Alpha. One final player left here for Alpha. G18 backs away. Guys got nothing on him at the moment, and he's just hoping and praying nobody walks by this way.
Oh, he might be in some trouble here. Yeah, the animation is taking way too long, but he manages to hit the deck as soon as possible to break line of sight. But I think this is going to be a wipe for Alpha here. It can't really do much. No, it's coming up from a completely different competitor.
Han was in the perfect place at the perfect time just to interfere. Calls for a little bit of backup as well, because now they know that Farang is fresh out of a battle. But the friend that he does call in for a little bit of backup seems to land right beside him. That is a little bit far away from the rest of the Farang players, who are able to take pot shots at them because of that open grounds. But nothing of the sort happens. Neo in the perfect position to backstep them as well.
Oh.
I think things are gonna go down and dirty shortly, and Farang's not gonna like this.
I don't think I like this either, considering that this could be a pincer maneuver. There's going to be a lot of push and pull here. That first down is going to make the difference. If they can find that trade, it would be ideal. But things are going to be starting off with the Ice Nade. They already find one.
SBTC Han, 28 HP, still wins it out against Aleph. 1v2, no problem, sir. And in the meantime, Artemis drops fires, and just like that, they snuff out Farang. One final guy alive and kicking, and he very quickly backed away from this engagement the moment SBTC dropped by to say hello. That was a smart play coming through from Farang. They still stay alive.
I like the idea that Farang has. You got to play aggressive. You got to make sure that you get these early kills in if you want to qualify, because they're so far behind. But risks do have consequences. We look on the opposite side of the map here. Looks like GRC currently having to deal with the members of Eagle Esports. And hey, Eagle Esports, they just needed to get 8 eliminations.
Yeah. GRC in a tough spot overall. SBTC still in a vicinity where they can also poke their noses into this fight. This is just a little bit of a surprise. They're just in the perfect spot all the time. GRC now surrounded by 2E. 2E just needs to pull this off, execute this perfect maneuver to pincer all around, close them in, and throw those nades, chuck those nades non-stop until they all get knocked out of this. But timing is going to be crucial for 2E. If they trickle in one by one, GRC should still be able to fight out of it.
Oh man, this is a Black Hawk Down situation. You're stuck in your structures. You can't seem to get out. You're basically pinned down from every single angle, unless they've got a game plan to actually bail out of the situation or find a pick on one of the sides to play line of sight and slowly angle out the rest of the Eagle Esports members. This is not in their control. They're just going to have to wait for the mistake to happen.
I'm still surprised that Farang very quickly and smartly evacuated the area with that one player to play the game of survival. I think that was a little bit of, very solid foresight. But speaking of foresight, LGDS, they rush on in, they get one elimination for themselves, but Team Flash is in hot pursuit. They see the players who already have a defensive position though. Bruce circles around, right-hand side flank with the AC-80 as well. Powerfall in the hands of Shin. The perfect rate of fire from that Powerfall can put that player from the side of LGDS down on the ground, but it's all about timing, and out of nowhere, headshot from the M82B.
Now they're going to press on, and this is the advantage that we want to see. Back to Eagle Esports, though, in the Black Hawk Down situation. Still stuck as they try to make their way inwards.
2E finally drops the spot on GRC, but GRC are the ones who are recovering very quickly from this engagement. And just like we discussed, if 2E trickles in one after the other, they are going to get taken down, and they do lose 2 players, but Dian gets picked right back up. P90 in hand in the meantime. Pure Fnai holds the fort for the rest of the squad.
Triple kill. Nicely done by Eagle. And this is what you want to see from them. Wait, hold on. There's still members lurking about.
SBTC backs away. Axel, AC-80 not connecting just yet. Car goes up in flames. Player does not get taken down. Artemis backs away. 200 HP still in hand. In the meantime, he also has managed to cut down the distance between him and the rest of his team members. He drops by. Artemis taken on too fast. M10-14 in the hands of both of those players. As Neo now backs away. Drogon gets tagged up by the Homer. Slowed down as well, but nobody's in pursuit.
It looks like he's going to be fine. He will be able to buy some time, get his guns reloaded, and get a heal off while he's still in the blue as the rest of Expand trying to look to finish off this fight, but making sure that nobody else rotates into them once they are out of bounds. This could be huge.
Guys in a hut does not get scratched at all. Artemis M10 1887 in hand. X-Roy doesn't seem to care. Drops by, says hello. Artemis goes down, but that's by the zone. How unfortunate. They still will be able to claim that elimination point. Too fast now. Gets knocked down by a skill as well. And SE is still fighting for their lives. This is an amazing attempt coming through from SBTC.
They need to finish off this kill fast. They're running out of resources here, and soon, yes, they secure the kill, and now they will be able to start thinking about rotations back into the ring. But losing one member, a little unfortunate. Hopefully there is... Oh! Can they get it? No! Unfortunate. 1 point.
And Tyson gets eliminated by the circle. At the very least, they don't give that point to expand. SBTC is out of the race. Team Flash, in the meantime, recovers fully, brings 3 of their players right back into the mix. X-Roy revives too fast. This circle's not going to be hurting all that too much. 35 seconds to rotate in towards the next.
AJ, is this what's been going on these past couple of days? Look at how aggressive they are. They're already shoving it straight into the last members of Farang here. As they're outside of the ring, they need to end this quickly as soon as possible. And finally, they secure that kill. And GRC is doing a phenomenal job this time, especially within the early rings.
Farang down and out, and looking at what I'm seeing on the screen right now, it seems like both Farang as well as Leem, they had the exact same idea to come to Rimnam Village, get their full squad revived. Guess who won that revival fight? Unfortunately for Farang, their final surviving team member gets snuffed out. Good decision to back away, but they just could not continue that survival gameplay. Expand has been tagged up, and that's the main reason why they are outside of the circle. They don't want to head back in, because then that gives information to the people that did buy that tag from that vending machine, and they will be a little bit of in a rough spot, basically. They've got a huge bullseye. Look at how big that bullseye is.
Yeah, that is not a position you want to be in, but hey, you know, you got to make the best of the situation. The east side of the ring seems to be covered by EVOS Phoenix, and I don't know, once you kind of figure out it's EVOS Phoenix, do you really want to push from that side?
The problem here is, Gideon, there's just no way of telling exactly who's out there on the battlefield, because Garena also, surprisingly, just wanted to torture the players a little bit extra, so they just hit the kill feed. So, look, you're shooting, you don't know who's shooting you.
Look, when you see 4 J-Beams, you know it's them. But we don't know what composition they're going to be running this time around. Yeah. LGDS, on the other hand, getting gate kept. They're taking plenty of damage. Magic, once again, so much pressure being exerted. They're showing presence so well. Look at the members. LGD forced to keep on that north side as soon as the shots come on through. They know that there's one person there, but whenever there's one, you're expected to find reinforcements in unexpected areas.
Wasana, the second best eliminator from MGE. Craven, the best support. Craven cannot go down. He usually will be holding those back lines, making sure he is there to back up the rest of his team members if in any case things do go south. But the positions held on here by MGE just seems to be a little soft. They want to flank around on the left, and Bruce just stood out there like a sitting duck. In fact, he was standing, gets knocked instantly. Wasana claims the elimination.
Even with a sniper rifle, still willing to sneak their way up, find that off angle with the help of the low ground. And now they can finish this off. They've got the man advantage.
Good nade. Wasana backs away. M87 drops the Steffi real quick. No nade response will come through. And Donbu does get that god nade out of nowhere. Goes down. Donbu finds Roro. And it's all over for LGDS if Yuan gets caught. But he has made the decision to back away super early into his mill. But he's broke. He's got no coins. He cannot buy anybody back.
This might be a little bit awkward here. He could play for position. He could look to start farming up some coins elsewhere, but there's not a lot of space to work with. And considering that this is already 42 more seconds till the next ring starts closing in, that could be that could be a bit of a problem from him. He looks like he's running out of the bounds. Doesn't want to give that kill, or maybe he's going to sneak one through with the help of the UAV.
Man's got 7 medkits on him. He's hoping to tank the blue and find a revival platform. Kiki, do you love me? He loves taking those shots against Izagot. 2E. They lose Izagot, but not eliminated just yet. Just that knock coming on through from Kiki. Does have the Moko, which means that player now has been tagged up. Kiki has got that information that's shared with the rest of the team members as well, but they are in no position to rush on in to find eliminations.
I love it. I love it. Even though Yuan is by himself, he needs to make sure that his presence is felt. They have no idea whether he has a full squad or not, so he has to get into their heads. Now, the next ring is going to start closing in. Yuan, he should be fine, but we'll see where his rotation path leads him.
Yuan reminding me of Home Alone. where he just appears at every single window trying to show that this house has a lot of people. Don't come here. You cannot rob us. No, Yuan, you better run, man.
I've just got that they don't have doors or doorknobs in this case. If that be somebody's going to get a burn. Somebody's going to get a burn. But with the next ring closing in, hopefully we will see the teams, especially the teams who have positioned themselves within the circle to start gatekeeping as soon as possible and start farming up those kills, like how we're seeing GD right now. Genesis Dogma making sure that they can look for kills if people fall into them. But that's the thing. Everybody has one person dedicated to farm that information to find a safe way into the zone.
2E finds a knock onto Axel from Expand. No eliminations coming through just yet. Will make the Malaysian fans happy. Axel will get picked right back up. In the meantime, Team Flash not in a great position. Out in the open, only Mother Nature for cover. Those tree trunks are going to come in handy. But for how long? Here comes the push. It's against EVOS Phoenix. And I don't think Flash will like this at all by the end of things. Get high, flicks to the right. Manages to get one player for himself. In the meantime, Dian taken down by Expand. That fight kicking off as well. The rest of Team EVOS just rushes in towards Flash.
All right, it's going to get really tight here. Yambin immediately goes down. The glue wall doesn't come up in time before Moshi and God Cruise take out a wipe. But Magic is right next to EVOS.
And Wasana making the decision to rush right on in. They do not want to wait for EVOS to recover even a tad bit. And this is a great decision made by Team MGE. 2 players tagged up by the Homer, which means they cannot rush. They are super slow at this point of time, but they pop the Steffi so that those grenades cannot reach them. Smart play by EVOS Phoenix, but they still dispatch of MGE with the help of Genesis Dogma on the other side. MGE now with their star player Saming alive, but all alone. This boy's lonely.
Yep, he's going to get naded out eventually. But man, GD are in the perfect position. They're looking over this war. And it doesn't even matter that one person goes down. If they can take at least one guy out from EVOS Phoenix, that's going to help them for the end game.
That's karma, MGE. Just when you think you can take that hot third-party fight and walk away easy, someone else third-parties you, and you're down for the count.
Oh, this is a smart play coming in from EVOS.
Fantastic.
They knew they were going to get gate capped. They knew that GD was going to look over them. So move out of position. Put them in between. And GRC now getting in between both EVOS and as well as GD. They need to cover as much space as possible and be very aware of their angles.
If GRC knows any better, they should barricade themselves into that house right here, right now, and not step out. Just don't do anything. Keep quiet. Just stay silent.
Stay silent. Pretend you don't even exist and tell your shotgunners, stay nearby me. Just don't move.
Lie down and this is the moment you start praying. Nobody find me. Nobody find me. Find some perfect placement points first before you get trigger happy getting those eliminations. Now GRC still gets tagged up by a Homer, sent out a goodness knows where. I believe that's EVOS Phoenix, potentially Jonah pushing up first. They want a better defensive spot, and guess who's holding on to that better defensive spot? GRC is going to be in a lot of trouble in a moment.
Yeah, they have to wait for shots to go elsewhere and not at their own members. They cannot make that first move because once they do, here we go. The battle's about to begin.
God Cruz flanking from the right. He's going to be the scapegoat for EVOS Phoenix, just scouting the area first. And God Cruz usually with that sniper, he should be able to tag up the rest of the players from the side of Genesis Dogma if at all they do show up. And he does exactly that. Get high flank from the right-hand side. LMG in hand as well. EVOS Phoenix not rushing in for a defensive compound. They're expecting someone else to do it.
I think they understand that GRC is somewhere nearby. They don't know whether they're in both the buildings or just dedicated into one. And it's not because we're not seeing a lot of shots come out from anybody just yet. If so, it's usually silence. And more importantly, you're not going to profit too much out of it.
Genesis Dogma, the ones who are a little early to this party inside of the circle, but they are wide open. And they start firing off against the players of 2E first. GRC in the meantime does exactly the same. Woodpecker straight to the head. Bye-bye, Mr. Helmet. You can come back later.
Oh man, losing your helmet so early on, but now the full engagement comes in as Izaga goes down. Els as well, getting overwhelmed by all 3 members coming in from GRC as the collisions aren't looking good.
Genesis Dogma eats up 2E. Now Genesis Dogma wants to take on GRC as well. In the meantime, look at EVOS Phoenix not doing anything, just setting up the perimeter right outside. They want to flank on from the right-hand side. Jonah goes in for the push first. AC-80, Kiki flanks from the left, and he's going to meet Jonah halfway. Borges backs him up. Nobody's shooting towards EVOS Phoenix. GRC finally gets some breathing room as EVOS distracts Genesis Dogma.
It's getting even tighter. EVOS has been extremely patient, waiting for this to actually happen here. Oh, God Cruz is going to get get taken out by the clusters, but now it's time for utils. It's time for resources as GD will walk into GRC, and it's not going to be the best time in the world. They're running out of space.
They're running out of space. Circle got to move in 5 seconds. GRC needs to do something. They've played this long enough, and Moshi still helps out GRC. Fire claims the elimination off of the work from the side of EVOS Phoenix. Fantastic anticipation by GRC. Jonah tosses in a nade. GRC got to back away. Kiki runs out of the circle. Kiki, what you doing, man? Just drops by. Jonah pops his steppy, and this is gonna be that moment where they put on their final stand. Drogon pops out. Glue wall melted on behalf of GRC, sent towards EVOS Phoenix with Jonah, their star player, down on the ground. This is a great opportunity for GRC to pick up a booyah.
EVOS, 2 members still alive, trying their best, playing the low ground as much as they can. The final moments are here as GRC might be able to turn things around as they heal back up 3v2.
GRC, 18D and Raz, both going for get high. Liam holds back. Moshi, the 1v4 clutch master. He does not see Liam. Liam approaches from the back. Woodpecker, Moshi almost goes down. 18 gets taken out of the equation first. Liam turns around. Nobody's there to be found. Can Liam do it? Max 7, he does. Moshi goes down, and GRC are on point for the first booyah of the group stage on the final day of play. This team sitting down in the 13th spot desperately wants to get to the grand finals, and what a way to start the day.
Look at GRC Aphrodite coming in from Indonesia. No celebrations necessary. They understand they've got a lot of work ahead of them. 1 win at a time, but great momentum.
Dude, we talked about this, man. GRC, you cannot afford a gunfight. Stay in that house. Don't come out. Don't do anything. Just take a couple of pot shots. Steal away some of those elimination points. They did exactly that. And they literally stayed until the very final second when the circle started moving, dude. And it was executed to perfection. And they just took down the 2-time world champs to get the first booyah of the group stage. That's what you need to boost up your momentum, your confidence for the final day.
Exactly. And you know, GRC, as patient as they were towards that end, I thought that EVOS was making the right call, being even more patient than any one of the teams in that last circle of the top 4 of those squads. Because whoever engages first, everybody is going to start collapsing into them. Everyone suddenly becomes collateral damage.
That Steffi was popped a little prematurely from the side of EVOS Phoenix. I'm not a big fan of that. I see exactly why they did so, because they had erected those glue walls out in the open, and you don't have any line of sight if or not there are any nades flying towards you. So that was a premature pop, and because of that, they couldn't use the Steffi to back themselves up in towards those later parts of that fight, because when they did use the Steffi, there were still 2 teams alive and kicking. GRC barely wanted to go towards them at all at that point of time. I'm not going to say that was the game-turning moment, but it was just one of the many things that went wrong for EVOS Phoenix. Even losing Jonah so early, not being able to sustain those gunfights, and Moshi not having the right gun to get the deal done, unfortunately played against EVOS Phoenix, but who cares about the 2-time world champs? They'll survive, they'll get to the grand finals. GRC, the miracle run has started.
Look. I don't want to cast a curse this too early because I'm fresh on the desk here and I don't want to be labeled that guy just yet. But I think, you know, this is a very good start for them. If they can maybe get 2 more booyahs in the exact same manner, and especially if they keep doing it against EVOS Phoenix, we might have a competitor who will keep an eye on for the grand finals.
Okay, Gideon. It's their first booyah after so many games.
I'm telling you.
So therefore, I think I'm not gonna expect a lot from them.
Just you wait.
I don't want no booyah. Don't want 2 booyahs. I just want to see GRC sneak into that final circle. I'll be a happy man if I see them in the tiny little circle. That's all I want. I don't care about the eliminations. I don't care about no booyah. Top 3. 2 more times. You've got the top 12.
Okay, that sounds a lot more achievable. Now, let's have a look at the team stats here. And I think it's important to see that, especially in those final moments, like, the eliminations, right, isn't going to be the highest. But it's important to remember that with position, getting first to third, you're guaranteed to get a couple of eliminations in those final rings. There's just not enough space to play with. It's the simple concept of all battle royales, but GRC is just a little bit more battlefield aware in this game 1.
And this has been something they've clearly worked on, and they've clearly understood where they stand in the overall grand scheme of things. And if you look at the damage, Nothing to scream about, but they do have those 6 eliminations. Let's take a look at the team comp as well. They run a double homer alongside that Steffi and Chrono, and we did see that Chrono out of 5 is making a big difference in that gunfight earlier. It was popped at the very right time. They didn't get taken down, had a few extra seconds to work around to pick up the team member as well. It was a fantastic defensive run from the side of GRC, and those homers were not used in an aggressive manner at all. Whenever they got rushed, they sent out the homer just to slow down the rusher so that they can run away. I love that.
No, it's great. It's great use of the homer, but I still think at the end of the day, the chrono is what made the difference here. Getting that revive off, being able to play hyper defensively is something that chrono actually excels at.
Correct.
When teams are pressing into you. When you have more util, and especially when you have more nades, that's when you see that big difference.
And of course, Arvon, the favorite pet of Fire's MKS for obvious reasons. You get a read on the map, you get to see exactly where those other players are, and you get to use this pet 3 times throughout the whole game. You know for a fact you want to save this for a final circle play, and GRC seems to have done exactly that. The AC-80 taking top spot this time round for obvious reasons with that extra bit of damage from 2 consecutive shots. The M1014, at the moment, my favorite shotgun in terms of the amount of damage it dispatches from each and every single slug.
Over the Trogon?
Over the Trogon, yeah, definitely, man.
Right?
I mean, the Trogon is a Swiss Army knife, but you know, when you're great at so many things, you're not really perfect at something, you know?
I think
M1014, perfect at something, blowing off heads.
You're right. You're absolutely right. Especially towards the rather late stages of the game.
Yeah.
Having the M10, so very useful when you're turning the corners. But I will say that the cluster grenades did actually help out slow down their opponents as well. On top of the homer util, it's great that GRC was able to get the win, but it's a very slow start considering that they still have quite an amount to climb up with the way that Magic has been playing. They got a little unfortunate there going into that last, third last circle.
You know, GRC is a team that I really want to bet on this final day of group stage, because they have a huge opportunity to make it into the grand finals, but it's not going to be handed over to them. It's not a freebie that they can take and run away with, because no other teams are willing to give up their top 12 spots. So they have to fight for it. They really have to claim it for themselves. And what better way than starting off game 1, beating down the 2-time world champs, and equalizing the number of points that you take away from that lobby as well. I think it's a fantastic start from them, but we need to see consistency.
I thought you were going to lean in more to like, you know, Farang is going to be the team I'm going to be looking out for. With that being said, we're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we're going to be jumping into map 2. So make sure, refresh, don't go anywhere. FFSI, we'll be right back.
Đây là lần đầu tiên Eagle Esports bước ra trên trường quốc tế. Những thứ chờ đi, rất nhiều bất ngờ sẽ xuất hiện đấy. Quyết Nhi, đôi mắt của đại bàng, 1 tỷ một đầu. Điểm mạnh của mình là thấy đối thủ nào cũng yếu. Muốn thử ăn vài viên mà 79 không nào? Nhào hết vô đây, Iya gót không ngán một ai. Tài bàn sa mạc, sân bay cao, tổ chức vô địch. là lần đầu tiên Eagle Esports bước ra trên trường quốc tế. Những thứ chờ đây, rất nhiều bất ngờ sẽ xuất hiện đấy. Quyết Nhi, đôi mắt của đại bàng, 1 tỷ một đầu. Điểm mạnh của mình là thấy đối thủ nào cũng yếu. Muốn thử ăn vài viên mà 79 không nào? Nhào hết vô đây, Iagot không ngán một ai. Tại bàn sa mạc, em bay cao, tổ chức vô địch.
Cả team sẽ làm hết sức để thi đấu thật tốt vào tuần 2.
Ada sih kesalahan kita di minggu kemarin itu telat mengambil keputusan drop zone. Ya paling untuk minggu kedua kita akan perbanyak evaluasi dan merubah gameplay.
我想对他说，你的爆破没我强。
Lihat aja nanti week 2 gue bantai lu.
Put rock net.
Mình rất ấn tượng với Genesis Dogma, còn với GAC Aphrodite thì họ chưa thể hiện được nhiều.
With the double barrel, 4 little hot, glue wall melters come, limits completely hot. They haven't.
Gue tim SPTC sama LGDS, gue bikin kocar kacir lu.
Still has 2 more to go through though. That man, too deadly. And Alpha going up. Alpha does it.
أكبر عدو لنا وهو مثل ما تعرفون مثل ما كان في الأسبوع الأول وهو فريق إيفوس.
Team mình gặp nhiều lỗi cá nhân và chiến thuật chưa tốt. Chúng mình sẽ nghiên cứu chiến thuật mới. Kesalahan kita orang pada minggu pertama adalah turun berpecah-pecah dan cara kita mengatasinya adalah saling mengingati. Pada minggu kedua, kita orang akan tingkatkan gameplay dan mental.
الأخطاء التي ارتكبها الفريق الأول وهي عدم الانسجام والتفاهم مع بعض. الفريق اللي يحتاجه هو الثقة في النفس وعدم التوتر وعدم التسرع في اتخاذ القرارات.
Minggu pertama Farang tengah healing, tunggu kita orang comeback.
لم نخسر الحرب بعد، القتال لسه متواصل، سنلتقي الأسبوع القادم إن شاء الله.
Nếu gặp Farang và Alpha thì cho Eagle xin 8 điểm. ขอบคุณ
know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. No rush, go on, move dumb. Pushing, so I'm move dumb. Peace and love turn to peace and gloves. Now you gotta do a run up. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna drove them bitch, nah. Unless you heard it from me, and you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all that energy extra. They always see me with the hitters.
Child, leaving the beaners alone. Me with a squeeze, I get no feelings involved.
Child, leaving them beaners alone. Me with a squeeze.
Cho một lẩu Thái anh ơi.
Play games.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Play games.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's
Welcome back, everybody, to the FreeFire Southeast Asian Invitationals. Map number 2, Purgatory, is about to start on its way. Hopefully, you guys are refreshed and excited. My name is going to be getting to your replacement caster for today with the Mustachio AJ, the one who's leading the way with the play-by-plays. Mustachio, now, we did have a bit of a tech issue there with LGD, and now they're bringing in their sub-player this time around to hopefully change the outcome of map number 2.
good luck with that. I mean, there's so many things that they should have done, which they were trying to do. One player being swapped in is not going to be making the biggest of difference for LGDS. And there's just one thing I want to tell them, right? The best strategy that they can execute right now is to watch and learn from GRC. Because GRC pretty much did one thing that is pretty much doing nothing once you get into the final circle. Just compound to compound. Look for a defensive spot. Don't get smart. Don't get trigger happy. Just stay quiet. Because at this point of time, you just need to pick up some solid, consistent points to squeeze into the top 12.
Yeah.
Instead of getting into some early skirmishes, which is not going to help you all that too much.
Well, I mean, we did see just before we went to the live, the overall map rotation, how all of these teams are kind of moving in. Like we saw, Evo's Phoenix just hunkered down, having a really good read of the circle overall. Genesis Dogma got a little unfortunate, and I would say the most unfortunate would be Expand. As soon as they finished off their fights, they had too many casualties, had to go revive their members halfway across the north side of the map before transitioning back into the ring and getting gate kept out of their minds.
That's the unfortunate RNG just sticking its nose into a battle royale as usual. As you try to rotate from compound to compound, you just don't know exactly what the map holds for you. I'm not talking about some monsters under some swamp. I'm just talking about teams who might just be looking for a safe haven of their own, who happen to see some food running around the map. I'm gonna eat that food.
Look, just like FreeFire, it's like an onion. It's got layers to it. There's so many different ways that you can look at it. But to me, based off of map number 1, we can tell these early fights are really costing these teams time. And time is so precious, especially since those last 3 circles are going to be the most vital in picking up those kills, gatekeeping your opponents, and setting themselves up for that final circle. But once again, LGDS, they're gonna have to get really sweaty here against GD.
Yeah, at this point, I don't want to see them sweaty. I just want to see them take that drop, grab a gun, run for your lives. But the problem here is, where do you run? Because when you drop towards this island here at the bottom side of your map, there's just 2 places you can run into, right? Especially when you're at Lumber Mill. Either you want to go to Fire Brigade, or you want to move up onto campsite. You want to move up into campsite, you got to get a vehicle if you're lucky, or take that zip line. Zip line's going to leave you out in the open. Alpha's going to take pot shots at you. Genesis Dogma's going to take pot shots at you. You move to Fire Brigade, you're going to see Team Flash. So LGDS got a little hungry for this high-tier loot zone. They better make the best of it.
They've got to profit off of this, and you can see that at least 2 of their members are going to start backing out to the back of the compound, while the rest 2 up close, who already have the guns, are going to start sniffing out the area. They knew another team, and in this case, Genesis Dogma did land in the same zone. These early fights may not be necessary for them. They could back out, but also take into consideration that this island, relatively small, it's not Moat House, of course, but there are other teams lingering on the west side.
This is what I meant for LGS to not do, right? Not go to anywhere where you're going to potentially see another team. High-tier loot zone, that's a team magnet. Everybody wants a little bit of high-tier loot. And if you're a team that's not going to be able to sustain some big, dragged-out fights, just don't go towards there. LGDS might have just made a big mistake, but with a very early departure of 2 out of 4 players from that compound, it's going to give them a little bit of room to survive. But to what ends? To what means, right? Because they will have to kind of re-loot this whole thing all over again. They've wasted precious minutes that they could have used.
Absolutely. And I think, LGDS are taking a very smart approach. However, Bruce is really pushed up far. If he gets caught out, he's just going to have to depend on the rest of his members for the revive.
Wow. Alpha taking out Don Boo from Magic Esports. This is usually not the kind of gunfight that Alpha comes up on top of. Remind! Gets a god nade out of nowhere onto Saming. Wasana buys Don Boo back, but the man's broke. He cannot afford Saming.
That's so unfortunate. He looked to his right for half a second, didn't see the nade just go right over his head and landing right on top of him.
This is the zipline problem I was talking about. Farang, for some reason, thought it would be a fantastic idea to use the zipline at the Fire SEA Invitationals. Yep. It's not a fantastic idea. Fire is all alone, has got the SMG, flicks it out, is a god. Jempal down, Fire super low, Farang out in 11th spot, and the curse continues. but unfortunately it's only due to some very, very bad short calls out there. And LGDS actually taking over Genesis Dogma now. Peanuts out of the equation, but Kiki forced to back away alongside Yoss as Borges and his partner down on the ground. And the tables have been turned, but Yoss secures Bruce, puts him onto the ground in a fantastic AC-80 headshot. Great, but I don't know exactly what Yuan's doing with that vehicle, but he better have a good idea with this.
Well, it looks like he's using it as cover to reposition himself, but still, the downs are still there. It's 2v3 so far. Sorry, 2v2 so far, with 2 downs out in the open. Nobody really wants to walk out of there. And looking at the amount of util grenades they actually have, this could be very compromising if they try to run out in the open. So either they have to commit to fully attacking and fully clearing out this squad before anything else occurs, because Alpha is just lingering, hearing the noise.
The worst thing that can happen right now is Alpha drops by to say hello, and yes, they are dropping by to say hello. No, Yuan just needs to pick them up and back away, but the car's on fire. Kiki gets those double shots with the AC-80. Yuan abandons the vehicle now, goes in for the rush, but Roro stabs them from the back, gets a couple of UMP shots, tags up both Kiki and Yoss, but pays for it with his life. Yuan with the opportunity to back him up. RGS in hand. In the meantime, Alpha also storming the front. Yoss goes down. Yuan does get that shot, and Genesis Dogma has been dispatched, but LGDS has one more player, and Alpha's hungry.
And they're calling it Yuan is on the run. He is not coming back for Roro this time. He's going to have to slow them down and revive somewhere else. Alpha just making sure they have one member on the opposite side of the compound to find any stragglers here. Wait, FL, when did they decide to join the party?
Well, good on LGDS, because now Team Flash is going to be putting a stop to the rush of Alpha. Alpha has to defend themselves against Flash, which means LGDS gets a second chance to live to that final circle. Love this gameplay at Purgatory. Everybody's hot dropping each other in terms of the third party.
Yeah, it's not over yet. Alpha still trying to keep as many members alive as Team Flash start moving in for the kill, angling them out, doubling down on the glue walls, forcing out util coming up from their opponents as they start walking up, gets the initial distraction as FL has the attack from behind, far away. They've already found one kill, and now slowly looking to clean up the rest of the shop. Alpha walking away. Ooh, at least one managed to survive.
This lady has been the Iron Woman of Team Alpha from day number 1. Always the final survivor. In fact, she rotated around. She wanted to back them up from afar, but they just did not anticipate a third party from Team Flash. But right in front of them is that LGDS. I believe that could be one. Unfortunately, having a little bit of a problem on screen. We'll fix that. We'll fix that.
They are so far out there. They're going to collide into each other at some point of time as Team Flash is slowly cutting off the space.
Yuan, it is Yuan. It's Alpha going up against LGDS. Alpha wants to finish things off, but someone's approaching from the back. I don't think Alpha knows what's happening. No. It's going to be over. Flash dropping by. Rip God just between Yuan as well as Jazaria. Jazaria take it out first. Yuan starts running. Yuan, you should have just sat down there, but no. They get that information. Rip God now gonna drive the car around the ruins. Yuan already making his way away, but Rip God smells nothing. Yuan survives. LGDS will live to fight another circle.
Yep, and they've also got 4 eliminations in the bag as well. 4 guaranteed points here.
Yeah.
I don't know how he's gonna get the revive off, considering he's so far away to any points of interest at this point of time. Now, when you're in that vehicle, you need to rotate quick. You need to make sure you get that information early on. Ideally get into these circles, or at least the center of the circle of what you're predicting. But it's going to be 2 Eagle Esports taking the zip line. This time, nobody is going to gatekeep them, for they were the ones who were initially holding teams out. Now, as we get towards the later stages of the game, I'm expecting to see teams actually really start prioritizing, it's towards the mid-games, their snipers need to start taking shots, showing that presence early on, and more importantly, so if they can farm up some extra cash while to invest in either either upgrades, or at the very least, just in case for a revive once in a while, that could be helpful.
EWOS Phoenix. Moshi loses his glue wall. Needs to spend on another. God Cruz on the other side as well. It's GRC taking pot shots at EWOS Phoenix. Granted, they do not know how big of a hornet's nest they're sticking their fingers into, but you're about to be stung.
I don't know about them if they won't really want to take this fight. The last time, they had a one-man advantage, 3v2, and even at the end of the day, EVOS technically scored even to GRC in map number 1.
GRC. I love this. Take pot shots and then run away. But EVOS Phoenix are now chasing them down. Look at this buddy system. Splits off into a 2-2. Off screen, we've got a couple of revivals coming on through as well. Lean gets tagged up. God Crew circles around, still trying to cut off the trajectory of the players from the side of GRC, who are trying their best to run away. Jonah, surprisingly, isn't rushing in for a battle, so Captain's going to be holding back whilst his players go in here and do the dirty on GRC. And the first one's just started. God Crew's, what a shot.
Every single time that first kill comes on through, the rest of EVOS are going to start angling them out, making sure that they take the space and the line of sight cover. Oh man, GRC, they do not have a lot of ways to actually deal damage back at EVOS at the very least. They can poke him out, but it's just a lot. Wait, no more glue walls. He's out in the open. This might be an opportunity.
GRC buys back their player, and that player can fall and drop into why are you coming back to quarry? Go far away, like the other way, other way.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping to see as well.
No. He drops right back in for a little bit of play, just right by them. Yet another player revived by the side of GRC. Now two more taking this fight head on against EVOS Phoenix. Get high, slowly recovers. It's going to be 18 Dia as well as Raz going up against Jonah. Moshi, get high. All three players rush on in. God Cruz gets tagged up, but GRC doesn't go in for the finisher. God Cruz recovers. Get high, just peeks out a bait and switch, and they go in to eat him up, but a good glue wall protects the guy. Now he barricades himself in. That's the distraction that gives 18 Dia the opportunity to survive. But Jonah flanks from the right. He should be able to get this shot as Raz flies on out. God Cruz gets put down onto the ground. 18 Dia still holding on for his dear life, but finally gets taken out.
Oh, nice tactics playing by EVOS Phoenix, and this is why they're great as a team now. GRC, oh, he's still taking shots even from the outside, out of bounds, as EVOS looking to finish off the rest of GRC, and yes, he will get that double kill. Nicely done by Moshi. This should be a quick cleanup as only the last two members here. You might be able to clutch this out. Five's trying his absolute best, switches over, still gets knocked down, and that's why EVOS is the best team.
And that's why GRC confused the life out of me by reviving and dropping back into the exact same battle. I mean, granted, they do not know who they fight against, but your best bet at that point of time, understanding, acknowledging where you are in the overall leaderboard, you should have flown far away and played the game of survival.
I think they were really confident here, you know? They were really confident they could win out that fight, that somebody would eventually come and intervene in the situation. It's just, circumstance.
No, this is too confident, if you ask me. We need to play by data. We cannot go against data.
Look, there's got to be a level of feel here. That's what GRC, I'm liking about them. They got a lot of feel to be brave enough to get back into that fight.
It is still alive, though. One final survivor should be able to revive the full squad. And now SBTC about to be subjected to the exact same torture as EVOS Phoenix. Runs away from the circle because they got held back. Busy with that engagement earlier on. Get high, gets caught in the crosshairs of Artemis. Fantastic shot taken by the Powerful. EVOS Phoenix cannot wait, and Moshi gets tagged up as well. Good glue wall erected. Neo with the AC-80 will not be able to continue those shots as Moshi's now out of sight. Manages to clear the way, but he tags the blue on the way in.
Yeah, Mount Villa is a really difficult spot to play in. Only one critical area to kind of hover around, and you're just forced to keep on moving continuously. There's just no choice.
I think Expand manages to get two players as well off screen. SE doing a number on EVOS Phoenix. EVOS Phoenix forced away by SBTC, and 2E takes advantage. 2E left with one final player though. 1v1. 2E dispatch, but SBTC is still in the compound. They chase down the players of EVOS Phoenix. They toss in those nades. Moshi gets tagged up. Team Flash shows up in the name of Shin as well as Yanbin as well. SBTC full squad. Lim alive and kicking, but he is getting tagged by that safe zone. And Moshi just cannot do anything except patch himself up bit by bit. This is the end for EVOS Phoenix, but GRC actually gets taken out by the circle first.
Oh boy, that's really unfortunate. And here he goes. Artemis trying to get that charge off in time. Doesn't connect and gets punished for it. Moshi still has it. The sawed-off feels good.
I mean, it's Moshi, man. It's the clutch god out of EVOS Phoenix. Artemis down on the ground. Moshi looking for more. The only way to take this guy on is put him into a 1v3 back to back. But Craven now shows up. Moshi takes out yet another player in the name of Artemis, but at the end, he still goes down as Hand shows up. SBTC has got an opportunity as Tyson gets evacuated. SBTC loses their men as well, and now MGE steps on into the circle to take the fight up against Flash.
Yep, it's going to be 3 versus 3 here, but keep in mind that Team Flash has the grenade launcher, so if they want to hunker down into tight positions, that might not be the play. Mount Villa doesn't give you a lot of cover to play with. You have to play high to low every single time and abuse the cover that you actually have. Now, Magic, on the other hand, kind of made a pretty... Oh, they've actually got quite a lot of space to play with. They know their backs are entirely clear, so they just have to watch that left flank.
The smartest play so far out of the 3 teams is from Team Expand, choosing to stay out of this, but they are hunting for a better defensive spot. That circle is squeezing them on in, and they choose to flank around from the back of Team Flash. Team Flash super distracted by MGE right in front, but they do have a little bit of information to be played. Looking at the movement of the players from the side of Team Flash, they would have popped their skill. Their pet Avron would have been able to give away that information of Team Expand. Expand has got no element of surprise, therefore they have to take a straightforward gunfight, at least against just 3 players. And MGE now cutting down the distance little by little. The tables have been turned, and Expand do not have an advantage now.
Now this is where it gets tough. It's tough to get on those verticals, especially the roof of that house, of the structure here, because teams are going to be playing outside, inside as well. But here we go, the full engagement for Team Flash.
Team Flash Shin drops by, has got the grenade launcher. M1014. Drogon pops off as well. X-Roy dispatch. Too Fast response. Has got an opportunity to flush out Yanbin. Yanbin down on the ground. Too Fast once again steps on out. M1014 from the side of Rip God. Too Fast is taken out. And one final player from the side of Expand can no longer stand up against them. And now MGE gets to continue what they started. But Team Flash still with the advantage by men. One extra player out there with 14 eliminations in hand. Team Flash having a good run in Purgatory.
Holy cow, Expand had 2 grenade launchers there, but unfortunately for them, they got rushed just way too quick. They wide swung it, hoping they would have a little bit of distance, but just get shotgun in the face as 3 members that said hi to greet them. And now, this is going to be great for at least Magic Esports as they slowly start taking the space, playing low to high.
Magic Esports manages to nail one from afar. No more man advantage from the side of Flash. One more player really down on HP already. MGE looking super healthy. They circle around, forcing Team Flash to drop away behind those glue walls. Shin erects one from the left-hand side. Ripgod splits off towards the right. Has got the katana in hand. Can't do much with it. Going up against Saming with an AWM in hand. Wasana throws in a nade. Glue wall melters breaks down the defenses of Team Flash. Team Flash can't do much out there at all. But Wasana, now comes the glue wall melters from Team Flash. Very well timed. But they both step out of those glue wall centers. And Ripgod backs away, leaving Bloody to deal with this fight all on his own.
They can hold the line. They need to hold the line. The left side flank is exposed, and Shin wants to take advantage of it as the rest of FL is slowly covering and trying to take out Craven, keeping him in spot, but it's all looking good. High-low doesn't seem to be very ideal as Team Flash still dragging this on. Don't have the shotguns to actually make it work, but now Ripgod, he's whipping it out. He knows that he has an opportunity. The grenade launcher I picked up by Wasagna might be enough here as they find one, looking for a second one. 2v2 currently. Get the revive off in time as Magic still holding on despite the odds.
This fight gets the award for the longest final circle battle, and Magic Esports nails their 3rd booyah of the group stage, the first one in Purgatory.
Yep, and this is definitely a mood lifter from them after finishing 6th in map number 1, map number 2 to get a booyah. Oh, Saming, he's got some shots on him, man.
Oh, definitely, right? This guy is the star player out of MGE, and he delivers once again. In week 1, Saming was just an absolutely explosive player with 26 eliminations to his name, followed by Wasana with 23. And you saw both of these guys alive and kicking out there. The only one not a part of that engagement fully was Craven, but that's fine. Craven's their backup player. He's the one picking them up off of the ground. They didn't need that. All 3 players who were alive were more than enough to sort out Team Flash, who started things off with a man advantage.
Yeah, it's incredible how these, situations start to escalate ever since the very first ring. Some teams are even recovering from that ring 1 initial damage of losing their members, taking those early fights, and still being able to revive them later on, because Team Flash should not have been able to get that much space, that many members back in time, despite the mistake initially being made by some of the other teams down towards the southeastern side of the map. And I mean, after ring 1, 2, 3, you get that recovery, you get into your vehicles, you start hunting around. Everybody knew as soon as Mount Villa was supposed to be the last 3 rings, instantly everyone's looking for a structure, everyone's moving up on top, and unfortunately for EVOS Phoenix, they were the one in the pinch.
Absolutely. Things started off the day with GRC and then Miracle Booyah. This game, they had a good opportunity to fight their way out. Had to come across EVOS Phoenix, had an opportunity to run away from EVOS Phoenix, but no, they ran straight back into the fight and they got obliterated, and that just puts Team GRC in a tough spot once again. They're not going to be able to make it into the grand finals if they keep this sort of an inconsistency up.
Hey, look, there's 6 maps to play today, so I would assume that, they still have some time to kind of, really start feeling out. They've had a taste of it, of all the groups so far.
Yeah.
Now it's crunch time, so it's about applying. And I think, even for some of these teams, a couple of mechanical mistakes, especially when we look at Expand there. Double grenade launchers, it's about to be good. You get swarmed by 3. They're way too close for comfort.
Yeah.
Before you even get that first lob off, you're already down on the ground.
A little unfortunate, right? You need to make those decisions split second. FreeFire is a very fast-paced game, and if you second guess your move for a single second and someone else is going to take advantage of that moment, you're done so, right? And unfortunately for Expand, they were done before they even could attack the team in the best way possible. But towards the very end, I once again want to acknowledge that that was a very long 3v3.
It was. I mean, to be fair, it's Mount Villa. Everybody knows how it's like high to low. It sucks being on that low ground. So you can see that both teams, and especially when we're coming from Magic, right? Seeming holding that flank, making sure that their right flank did not compromise. He had that high to low, and especially with Wasanya slowly pushing up, and Dombu and Craven making sure that they work together to make sure the middle of the pack doesn't start collapsing. With the amount of glue walls that they actually had, they were slowly creeping up on their opponents until that pick comes through, and then instantly we blink our eyes and it's game over.
Donbu badly played this game. 57 damage, nothing to scream about at all. In fact, if he could, he would hide it. Iris brings in, Saming brings in the Iris, and this is just such a rare active skill to see used out there within FFSI. For any one of you guys who do not know Iris all that too well, she's got this fantastic skill where if you do go ahead and shoot at a glue wall, it tags up to 4 players around the vicinity. So you've got extra bit of information, and not only do you have that information, you can use any gun. As long as that Iris's active has been activated, you get to shoot through the glue wall at the players you've tagged up.
No, it's the best in these like 4v4, 1v1 situations. That information allows you to make better decisions every single time. And not to mention, you still have other supporting characters around him, like Homer, to slow people down. And again, you're listening and making sure that if your Iris is giving you that information, you listen to the call, wait for the shot call before you start popping the util.
I really love the comp being run here by Saming. So Iris gets that information. You pair Iris up with an AWM, you are going to be getting the best bang for your buck here. Main reason being because, yes, you can shoot through glue walls, but there is a damage reduction because you are using that Iris, because you're shooting through the glue wall. But Raphael, he makes you bleed out 90% faster. That practically means if he does get a knock with that sniper, you're not going to get picked up. You're done for at that point of time. And that really shows in terms of his eliminations. 4 eliminations, the best out of his team. And in fact, all throughout the group stage so far, Saming has been the star player of MGE because of that setup.
He knows how to escalate a situation. He knows how to make sure you feel that pressure. And especially with passes like you mentioned just now, as soon as he gets that pick, instantly your team, you either have to have somebody conveniently there or have a lot of commitment to pick up your team member that gets down almost instantaneously and will bleed out extremely fast. So I think for Saming, it fits his playstyle, it fits how the team is working so far. And I think if they keep on working, if they keep up with this, they should be able to get a good amount of points before the end, before the day ends overall. If they can get, at least 2 more Booyahs, they'll be in a more secured spot than they were before.
I mean, at this point, there's no way they don't make it to the grand finals. I think MGE can even sit out the next few matches. They still will not lose their spot in the grand finals. But it's not about that. It's all about testing your best against some of the best within your group so far. And you've got the 2-time world champs. So the probability of giving your best, getting into that final circle, and then meeting the 2-time world champs and having that little skirmish is going to get you really prepared for the grand finals. Because I mean, EVOS Phoenix, let's talk about this. They're a pain to deal with.
They really are. They really are. Whether it's 4 members or just one.
Yeah.
that's when it hurts the most. And especially when you're in a winning situation, like, one more guy, he knocks down 2 of yours, and now you're at a disadvantage when the third party starts walking in. Doesn't feel great.
You know you're going up against a strong team when the backup player is known as the clutch god of FreeFire. The guy who stays away from a lot of these engagements as if he just does not like violence. He's the guy that takes on 4 players, full squad, all on his own, and most of the time walks away without, a couple of scratches. He gets battered, bruised just a tad bit. But the skills of this one and only Moshi is just so admirable, right? We saw this as EVOS Phoenix tried to run away. The players were getting tagged up one after the other. They ran into 2E. 2E dispatched 2 more players, and you were left with just Moshi. Backs away into a small little hut. Ice grenades being tossed at him. Glue wall melters being tossed at him. Grenades being tossed at him. Guy does nothing. Just uses the medkit and he says, I will wait. I will ramble this out. And he still manages to get 2 knocks.
Look, the man is Rock Lee. The rest of his teammates are just the weight trading. As soon as it's gone, he's ready to power up and throw down.
I know, right? And there were 3 teams aiming to take him out of the equation at one of time. Ridiculous.
It's tough. It's really tough, but this has been exciting stuff for the final day here. Third map is coming up real soon. Let's stick around for FFSI. We'll see you in a little bit.
สวัสดีครับผมเมจิกดนบูกัปตันทีมเมจิกอีสปอร์ตตำแหน่งซัพพอร์ตความสามารถพิเศษสามารถข่มเพื่อนทุกคนในทีมและผมพร้อมจะข่มพวกคุณจำไว้ไอจะขยี้ยูให้แหลกถ้าถามถึงชีวิตส่วนตัวผมก็ดีนะแล้วผมพร้อมจะซัดพวกคุณให้ยับเลยส่วนนี้คือเมจิกคาเว่นถือตำแหน่งชาร์เจอร์และแอคแท็กเกอร์ในคนเดียวกันมันมีงานไอเล็กคือชอบไปเที่ยวมีฉายาสุดเฟี้ยวคือสุนทรภู่ชอบแต่งเรื่องแต่เล่นเกมเก่งนะครับผมจะบอกให้และคนถัดไปคือเมจิกวัสนาเป็นทั้งชาร์เจอร์และแอคแท็กเกอร์เหมือนกันไอหมอนี่เป็นคนติดแฟนแบบรักแฟนที่สุดในโลกชอบพร่ำเพ้อพรรณนาถึงแฟนจนต้องตั้งฉายาให้มันว่านักกวีส่วนไอหมอนี่ก็คือเมจิกสมิงอยู่ตำแหน่งสไนเปอร์งานไอเล็กของเขาคือการสักลายถ้าไม่อยากตายก็เข้ามาแต่ฉายาน่ารักนะเรียกได้ว่าสมิงโก้ส่วนคนสุดท้ายคือเมจิกเอ็กซิสตำแหน่งซัพพอร์ตแอคแท็กเกอร์มีงานไอเล็กชอบขายของช่วยพ่อแม่ฉายานักกวีดีเด่นแถมแต่งเรื่องเก่งกว่าคาเว่นทั้งยังเล่นเกมแมตช์นี้ได้เก่งกว่าใครเขาพร้อมจะชนทุกคนทุกสนามพวกเราเมจิกพวกเราทุกคนเปรียบเสมือนมังกรยิ่งใหญ่และฟาดได้ไม่ยั้ง
Là đại diện mạnh nhất của Việt Nam tại FFSI. Team Flash không sợ bất kỳ một đối thủ nào. Muốn hỏi về chiến thuật sao? Và đây mình chỉ cho ít bài.
Muốn hay hả quỷ không? Đưa mà 1887 đây.
Với 4 chức vô địch tại Việt Nam, sức mạnh của chúng tôi không phải dàn bừa. Kinh nghiệm của Team Flash sẽ để bẹp tất cả. Kênh 4 nhiều rồi, muốn xem highlight kênh 8 không?
Thôi, không nói nhiều, hẹn gặp ở chung kết.
สวัสดีครับ ผมเมจิกดนบูกับตันทีมเมจิกอีสปอร์ตตำแหน่งซัพพอร์ตความสามารถพิเศษสามารถข่มเพื่อนทุกคนในทีมและผมพร้อมจะข่มพวกคุณจำไว้ไอจะขยี้ยูให้แหลกถ้าถามถึงชีวิตส่วนตัวผมก็ดีนะแล้วผมพร้อมจะซัดพวกคุณให้ยับเลยส่วนนี้คือเมจิกคาเวนถือตำแหน่งชาร์เจอร์และแอคแท็กเกอร์ในคนเดียวกันมันมีงานไอเล็กคือชอบไปเที่ยวมีฉายาสุดเฟี้ยวคือสุนทรภู่ชอบแต่งเรื่องแต่เล่นเกมเก่งนะครับผมจะบอกให้และคนถัดไปคือเมจิกวัสนาเป็นทั้งชาร์เจอร์และแอคแท็กเกอร์เหมือนกันไอหมอนี่เป็นคนติดแฟนแบบรักแฟนที่สุดในโลกชอบพร่ำเพ้อพรรณนาถึงแฟนจนต้องตั้งฉายาให้มันว่านักกวีส่วนไอหมอนี่ก็คือเมจิกสมิงอยู่ตำแหน่งสไนเปอร์งานไอเล็กของเขาคือการสักลายถ้าไม่อยากตายก็เข้ามาแต่ฉายาน่ารักนะเรียกได้ว่าสมิงโก้ส่วนคนสุดท้ายคือเมจิกเอ็กซิสตำแหน่งซัพพอร์ตแอคแท็กเกอร์มีงานไอเล็กชอบขายของช่วยพ่อแม่ฉายานักกวีดีเด่นแถมแต่งเรื่องเก่งกว่าคาเว่นทั้งยังเล่นเกมแมตช์นี้ได้เก่งกว่าใครเขาพร้อมจะชนทุกคนทุกสนามพวกเราเมจิกพวกเราทุกคนเปรียบเสมือนมังกรยิ่งใหญ่และฟาดได้ไม่ยั้ง
Know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. CJ act, now I gotta roll with ice. No rush, go on, move dumb. Pushing, so on, move dumb. Peace and love turn to peace and gloves. Now you gotta do a run up. Generations.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm then, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time.
Welcome back, survivors! This is the Fire SEA Invitationals, heading on into match number 3. And I think we're gonna see a little bit more of that magic dust sprinkled everywhere on the battlefield. MGE just settled Purgatory, getting their very first booyah on that map, making it a total of 3 booyahs for themselves. And now we head into game number 3, which is going to be Alpine. Guess who are the top dogs of Alpine, sir?
Who? You know what, guys? Everybody's going to be looking at me for some answers, but I know you have paid for a stat man to give you exactly what you need.
Magic Esports?
As well?
As well. So there is a potential back-to-back booyah here coming through from MGE.
It's going to be close here. And I've noticed something amongst a lot of these teams.
Yeah.
I've noticed that at the very least, especially when they have that momentum, there's a switch in their brains here. Yeah. And that's why. Let's pull up the screen right now. Our MVP of this match has to go over to the man, the myth, the legend, Saming himself. And he was playing absolutely out of his mind this time around, getting the most important picks to initiate the fight.
Yeah, and there's the one passive skill that we did not talk about earlier on that makes Saming so lethal, and that is the Moko as well. We talked about Iris managing to bust through all of those glue walls, tagging up players, and now if you get a connection with that shot through the glue wall, Moko also allows you to tag those players and give that information to the rest of your team members.
Yes.
And if that player moves, the timer just goes up and they're detected for much longer, so you can run, but you cannot hide.
They truly cannot hide it. As expected, AC-80, Trogon, M1014, come on. Nobody's second-guessing what these top weapons are, especially in those final rings. CQC is so very important. Unless we go back to the Vector meta. That was a good time. That was a good time for me to play, but other than that, that was the only time I was good at this game.
AC-80 also one of the weapons that has got the most damage dealt throughout week 1 into week 2 as well. No surprises there because of what sort of a passive boost you get from those double shots. But looking at the team standings here, 14 eliminations out of Team Flash. This was a massive round for the Vietnamese team, followed by 9 placement points. Even without the booyah, they do take over the number 1 spot. But Magic Esports is not going to complain. They get the booyah, and now they set themselves up for a back-to-back. And there is a big potential that does go ahead to happen. But EVOS Phoenix and Thai squad, the 2-time world champ, still manages to maintain that number 1 spot with 0 booyahs to their name today.
Yeah, I don't think they mind too much. Overall, they know that their positions are generally secured. They want to get a good feel of every other team out there so that when it is game day, grand finals day, they cannot miss their shots. But if we're talking about teams that maybe EVOS Phoenix is going to keep an eye out for, let's look at our top 3 teams to look out. Obviously, for Phoenix, they have one less team to worry about because unless they really don't like themselves, Magic Esports and Team Flash are the ones you need to keep your eyes out for.
EVOS Phoenix thus far does have a booyah on Alpine, but so does Magic Esports. And once again, Magic Esports is just the forerunner when it comes to the amount of stats picked up on this map. They lead in that number 1 spot with a total of 65 points claimed on this map alone. The closest one to them is gonna be the 2E, the Eagle Esports squad, who's not so lethal in that 2nd place. EVOS Phoenix in that 3rd spot with the overall amount of points picked up at Alpine. Based on those stats, we can roughly say exactly who's going to make their way towards that final circle. But I really want to see a back-to-back from MGE.
Absolutely. Now, it's now or never. Map number 3 here in Alpine. If you want to take a risk, this is the map to do so. With so many different levels of verticality that you have to worry about. Choke points, depending on where the circle is going to be, is so detrimental, especially for gatekeepers. You can literally have 2 squads in the same building, gatekeeping the exact same team. That is the most frustrating thing to deal with.
Genesis Dogma, LGDS tagging right there behind them. Alpha, Bruce, you're following the wrong team, Bruce.
Oh, he's fine. Don't worry, he's Batman.
Bruce, Watchtower to Bruce. Sir, you're not Batman. Come back.
He's a superhero. He's still going. I don't know whether it's one of those techniques where you really want to make your opponent go deeper in towards the compound, but the first couple of kills are already coming through, and Alpha already finding one. Can he get a second? No. GRC manages to get the trade back.
See, Genesis Dogma here almost got 3 players taken down back to back to back. Kiki was super low, but managed to get that one final shot, and you have to give praise to Jazaria, who already had 2 players knocked down there, as well as Remind trying to get the deed done, but finally does manage to go down. Now, Remind It's not going to give away that one elimination point just yet. He's going to be used as bait, and Bruce does get the knock onto Yoss as well. Alpha has got a good opportunity here to turn this around. Dels now. This is Genesis Dogma with the most number of eliminations thus far. I believe they've got 2 to their name already, and nobody else is going to be stepping up, so Alpha better get the deed done.
Yep, remember, no utils. Majority of them don't even have fully kitted out armor. It's tough. Oh, but they do get the Homer initial hit first, slows them down. Gotta make sure that these shots count.
GRC just did one of the most unthinkable things. GRC dispatches a 2E, the second best performer of Alpine, which means
they did it.
GRC could just go up. Alpha dispatches Genesis Dogma. In the meantime, Farang taking advantage of GRC, leaving 18DA and Fires all alone in here. Homer tags one up. Fires is going to be expanded. 18DA has an opportunity as he runs away. Expand is in the compound as well. Expand can either choose to take down the final player of GRC or keep Farang a little entertained. And I think it's going to be the latter.
Yep, they're going to take as many points as they can. Farang has been extremely aggressive in taking these fights. They want to farm as much as they can early on unless they collide here. Dear, do they notice him? No, they don't. No, they're not just going to walk away from this, right?
He didn't use his skill. Didn't use the pet. Does not get information onto 18DA, and therefore the guy gets away with the skin on his back. X-Roy and Zuez. Zuez, the sub-player for Team Expand. They don't seem to be running one of the better players out there, the one and only Cobra, one of the most lethal players out of Expand. Let's see what the sub-player can do with the AUG in hand. He gets tagged up already. Ice Grenade is going to force him away. Zuez steps on up. Come on, boy. This is where you shine on FFSI. Fives with an M1014. It's a 1v2. X-Roy with a mini Uzi as well. Zuez steps on up, and he does manage to get the drop. But Jemba from the back with a mini Uzi takes down 2 players back-to-back.
Nicely done. So Farang here will be able to clean this up nicely. Civil war occurring between the 2 Malaysian squads, but it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, it's all about the points, and I can't believe it. I really thought Expand, when they got the initial trade, the pre-fire was good, but they couldn't deal with just the raw number of members pushing through into that tent.
Zuez is a great player, but I'm not gonna pick him over Cobra, unfortunately, because of the amount of experience and, well, purely data that Cobra brings to the table, right? He is one of the most lethal players out of Team Expand. Should have been able to handle that a little bit well. But even that said, Zuez did hold his own, managed to get that knockdown. Just luck wasn't on his side as he got sprung on by that mini Uzi, which put him down alongside his team member. But Too Fast and Axel still alive and kicking, but Axel heading straight on in towards EVOS Phoenix, who've sent out God Cruise alongside Jonah, whereas Moshi and Get High are looting up the high-tier loot zone here.
Yep, nobody touched Snowfall at all. Nobody wanted to be a part of it, and EVOS going to take full advantage of this, knowing that nobody was landing on that side of the map, especially since there was only 11 squads. It gives them so much free time.
GRC, all thanks to Expand, did manage to survive, and I believe that was 18DA who ran away. And once again, GRC did take out 2E in the 11th spot. And like I was mentioning at the start of this match, 2E is the second best performing team at Alpine. So that is a fantastic thing to do, which allows one more extra slot in that final circle, and hopefully GRC can be one of those there. Now, one more player has been added on by GRC here, which means he bought the guy back from the vending machine, did not use a revival platform. So this is the insurance policy before he does go ahead to one of those revival platforms. I love what GRC is doing right now.
Yeah, gotta maximize their odds here.
No.
No. He's visible. No. The firing line is shooting him out in the air. UAV also being deployed. They see it, but he's already on the ground. You hate to be the one who gets put under that line of fire, but hey, what can you do?
Especially after what I just said about him. You gotta hate it, man. I'm sorry, Swiss. Better luck next time, brother.
Look, I'm looking at your stat guy along the side at the edge of the studio. He's giving me a thumbs up about the Cobra opinion. He's giving me a thumbs down about the Expand revive.
But it's okay. X-Roy just got brought back. He's alive and kicking. This is Team Flash. Team Flash driving straight into the compound of Expand. Expand just had Roy right back into the mix. It's a 4v3. Not on the side of Team Expand. X-Roy gets blazed down by the M1014.
It's not over just yet, but they've already told X-Pan, you do not belong here. We're going to take your member. You have to run away. However, if they keep falling behind, they'll have to cross over this river, and eventually they're going to split two different directions too fast. Plus, we're just going to try to hold the front line as much as possible as Axel is on his way. He finds one pick, which is great. That slows them down significantly. If Too Fast wants to get on out of here and waste more time, even better, but he hears... the shot from Bloody didn't give him a chance.
Holy mama, that was too clean out of Bloody. Jumps on out, takes the aim, gets the headshot. AWM always delivers in a position like that. You're not gonna miss it at all, and Too Fast is not gonna be picked up by anyone. He's the final remaining player on the side of Expand, has already run away yet again to play the game of Revival. Good on them. Let's see if they make it through. 18 Dia does bring back Fires. In fact, the full squad is right back. So GRC is ready to get into that final circle.
Oh, man.
Alpha is a team they definitely can take on, but it's going to be a long way to rotate in towards this next circle. So GRC really needs to think about their next move here.
Yeah, and I feel like with Axel, he's looking at both top and bottom revives, and it's like they're not exactly the most ideal. If he goes for the southern one, it's so near to the circle that he's going to get his member shot once more. He goes for the top side. He knows for a fact that GRC has flown downwards. So now you're taking a 50-50 risk here. It's really out of his control.
He's running out of the circle, but this is just the second one. But the problem is, in 15 seconds, the circle is going to start moving. And the moment the circle wraps around the next safe zone, the kind of damage you'll be facing outside of the blue is not going to double, but it will get slightly more painful. Hopefully he does have enough of those medkits on him to keep him alive long enough to help expand in towards this next fight as well. MGE with a one single elimination tries to tag up the McLaren. McLaren already up in flames just a tad bit, but no elimination coming on through Team Flash. Flashes by, and they're not stopping to say hello.
Is that actually a McLaren? I'm not a car person, but I will say, I would say a sports car at most. Don't worry, I'm just going to name these cars wrong every single time. Look, the Mustang is great, but, but having so many members in one, you need to be able to rotate fast into this ring so you don't get gatekeeped so early on. And you know how EVOS plays. They play for the first 3 rings on the outer side unless they can predetermine what the last 3 rings are going to be and at least start playing from the middle. LGDS, on the other hand, they're going to have to deal with people of their own. Farang this time in the circle, forcing them out, in LGDS getting back into their vehicles, looking and saying, nope, we're not dealing with this compound right now. We've got cars. Let's go around. Let's find an easier way in.
LGDS, everybody's got a vehicle. We do apologize. There's a tad bit of a technical issue. My mama, EVOS Phoenix catches the final player on the side of Expand. Doesn't allow that Revival expands him, pun intended.
How are they so aware of these? They're camping these points of interest to be able to farm up these free picks. They have more than enough resources to tank the blue and get back into the ring. They have developed this plan for a while, and I think, you know, at least for them, it feels like they have all angles, all situations kind of planned out.
Alpha now, outside of the circle, don't need to abuse this Revival platform, don't need to hang around here for much longer, but they don't want to rush into it, this next safe haven, and get shot halfway through as well. So they're going to try to play this down to the very final second. Bunker halfway there as well. They're going to have a quick moment of a pit stop towards this bunker. No, not even going to do that. They're like, next circle please. LGDS found halfway through. Jazaria takes that shot. Gatal manages to shut down Bruce. Fantastic acquisition of elimination point as they spot out LGDS. Roro tries to shoot Remind out of the equation, but finds absolutely nothing from that.
Yep, Alpha, they've already found that pick, and they have the man advantage. They're trying to press it and escalate this as much as they can. LGDS, they have to slow it down, and the blue walls are going to come up to try and do exactly that.
Roro, what a fantastic defensive maneuver. Runs on upstairs, lays out a maze of glue walls for the team to navigate around. In the meantime, that gives the rest of the team of LGDS enough time to back away. Roro jumps out of the window. Now it's a 3v4, and this is a fair fight for LGDS. Look at the Steppy being fought. Grenades are not going to affect them, so it's a straight-up gunfight that Remind has to take towards Roro. Roro erects yet another glue wall, wraps around the right-hand side. Remind takes a shot, 84 HP. Gatal drops you one. Can Roro get it? Answer is no. LG and DS taken out in the 8th spot. Alpha still the top dog.
Oh, good array of weapons here. And now we look at Team Flash once more as they get into a conversation here with Evos. Flash, they gotta be super careful. The last time they did this, they got punished for it, but they are cutting down the glue walls extremely quick as they go out of bounds to try and find these angles.
Evos Phoenix 4v4. Look at Moshi, the position he holds on to, but nobody's backing away from that house. They're all using that as the permanent glue wall between them and Evos Phoenix. Moshi is going to be running dry. Bloody has got the AWM. He can return fire to Moshi. Moshi finally spots him out with the M82B, capable of penetrating through those glue walls. Glue wall melters will be thrown in as well. Team Flash gets gone cruise. This is a big one. Now they can rush in for Jonah as well. It's a 2v1. Jonah, can you handle it? He can't handle the heat. He backs away, shoots at Yanbin in the meantime. Drogon in the hands of Yanbin. Ripgod drops by to say hello to Get High. Moshi still has got no line of sight. Get High circles around. Still alive and kicking. Ripgod now ticked down. It's gonna be Yanbin that backs him up. Yanbin down on the ground. Ripgod down on the ground. Shin, where are you to back them up? Evos Phoenix taking over and Team Flash gonna bleed out.
Wait, GRC is coming in from the back on the backside. Emoji is really out of position here. Unfortunately for the rest of his team, he's in the line of sight, but luckily the tree keeps him alive. Joanna, Shin gets the walk for free, but Joanna, he just goes down for nothing here as Moshi is the last one alive. Let's see the clutch god go at his work. Teammates down, no problem. Don't need the rest of the dead weight.
I want to see the clutch god. Let me see Moshi. In the meantime, MGE taking on Team Alpha. Evos Phoenix gets taken out by GRC themselves, who are trying to survive into the top 12. They are in the 13th spot. They messed up the previous game, but this is where they bounce right back. Remind down on the ground now. MGE sprinkling that magic dust once again. They want the booyah on Alpine.
They want it bad. They want it real bad. But we got 21 seconds before the next ring starts closing in, so they gotta finish this up quick if they want position. It's gonna be Ninetale down already for the count as Magic slowly conquers their side. Triple kill coming in for Seeming once again. Absolute monster here. Put up your glue walls. Do it again.
Team Flash want to play troll, not under the bridge, but over the bridge, but gets knocked down instantly. Now Farang pushing on in for SBTC as hand backs away alongside Artemis. Team SBTC not backing away from this bridge. They want to take Farang on straight up, and they do get those shots. AC-80 will nail Fire's down. Jembal eliminated. Fire's taken out of the equation as well. Now Farang's just nowhere to be seen because Aleph dropped on downwards, and he is backed up by another player. Neo goes by to say hello.
Oh, are they gonna spot them out? No, they're hiding just behind the scaffolding. Artemis' hand. They're looking around. They know that there's no other place to be. They're dropping down the stage and just one more. He sees that hit.
One more.
He's gonna do it again. But Aleph, wait, are they gonna check Aleph? No, they're not gonna check Aleph. They're gonna just leave him to die in that blue. But he's just gonna keep an eye just in case they see another member start speaking out their nose. He's gotta be very careful here.
They're gonna get him. It's either he goes down to the circle or the players from the side of SBTC takes him out of the equation. MGE still in line for that back-to-back booyah. They are still in line to take the second booyah at Alpine. Let's see if or not they can nail that. But GRC, the team that's currently on fire. GRC, the team that almost got obliterated, all thanks to 18DM, managed to make their way right back in here from the very start of this match. GRC, who's currently in the 13th spot, not qualified yet. Tyson drops Don Wu. This is the best thing that can happen for GRC right now as Sa Ming and the team take on SBTC. Aleph is still alive to backstab SBTC. GRC just needs to shut up and not do anything, bros. Don't make a sound.
I mean, you say that about GRC, but like, look at Aleph. He's just ratting out. The UAV is going to reveal him, but he's just going to chill it out. It's not. He doesn't have to worry about it. It's not like SE can turn around anytime. They've got to worry about Magic on the top right of the map. They have to worry about GRC on the opposite side, the western side of the map.
Things are tense. Aleph says, maybe I want to run away. I don't know what he's doing. He's just running around in circles. Running around in circles, trying to maybe draw on the sand with his feet. SBTC still holding on. Circle starts moving. Everybody's pressured in. MGE flies straight in towards SBTC. This is a fight that GRC most definitely won. The rest of the players of MGE, they drop by as well. Liam on the right-hand side has got the Mac 10. Wants to toss in the nade as well. Aleph gets taken out by Fires. GRC with the 11 eliminations. Now tosses in all of those glue wall melters first to take down the defenses. In the meantime, Wasana doing a number on the players of SBTC. Raz on the outside. He's just waiting for someone to show show up.
It's disgustingly good how these nades have pushed them off of their top vertical, losing their height, and now they're forced to run in towards them inside the ring. Razi, he goes down with the grenade launcher. They're aware of the weapon now, and Seeming on the other hand tries his best. Vise, he needs to be able to secure it. The Chrono drops down his trigger, and it's just enough to buy him time to drop the glue wall. Vise finally goes down, but Liam has an off angle here, covered up in the glue wall. It's gonna be 100 here. He gets in a quadra to clean it all up.
GRC with the second booyah on the final day. From no booyahs to 2 booyahs. From not being able to make it into the grand finals. For sure as hell being one of the top dogs from the bottom to start climbing up ever so slowly. Never stop believing if you are a friend, if you are a fan, because GRC can deliver no matter what. And my oh my, once again, from not being able to do this throughout the whole group stage, they show up on the final day. Indonesia, stand up, because GRC finally wants to play.
And this is just the nature of competition. There's always going to be one weak point with the team, and for GRC, it was that early game and recovering from that early game. It seems that they figured it out nice and dandy. Let's look at the highlights one more time here. Because honestly, this early game was so bloody, so fast, because so many teams decided to hard drive. Alpha, for an example, so making that GRC run, almost actually wiping the squad and recovering from the damage.
Alpha helped out GRC by taking out Genesis Dogma, who most definitely know their way around Alpine as well. Later on, Farang helped dispatch a couple of players from the side of Expand, only for EVOS Phoenix to finish the rest of them off. Not before Flash had an opportunity to take Too Fast out of the equation as well. It was Bloody that managed to get away, but EVOS still found Axel at the very end, and of course, that came to an unfortunate end for the MCPS representatives. Alpha continued their run on in, meeting LGDS, and LGDS was no match for them at that point.
Yep, they were already lost too many members, too many resources as well being expanded, and unfortunately for Team Flash, getting caught in the crossfire hurt them even more than ever. GRC, as soon as they smelt that booyah, they went straight in for it. They knew for a fact that Aleph was ratting out from Farang on the opposite side as Magic was trying to hold them back, but that's when you close out the game. They saw those final moments.
And you know someone has given up when he's just sitting down, staring out at the blue in a vehicle, not doing anything, not shooting, not getting out, not looking for defenses. He's just sitting there. He's probably trying to switch the radio, looking for a good song, and says a few last words, because the guy literally did nothing.
I don't know, if it was me, I'll just be like, wow, this is McLaren. This is pretty nice, before my head gets blown off from the back, because
it did.
Honestly, if he wanted to try and weasel his way out of getting at least top 2, it'd be too difficult. He knew he basically secured top 3 at that point of time. He understood the situation. I might as well get the points while I'm still here. Give one free kill, sure, that's all right. But you still get that positioning, which is huge for Farang at the very least.
It's even bigger for GRC because they're not one of the leaders of Alpine.
Exactly.
You know, they're one of the teams that have not just struggled on Alpine, but they've struggled on all of the other maps. They've struggled all throughout the group stages. GRC has not been a threat thus far. And for anyone who has been watching, obviously it seems like they're not going to stand a chance on the final day. But this is that miracle run. This is that miracle run when you go push to shove and you really have belief in yourself. You're going to be able to rise up to the top. But this time with the Booyah, the stats are so much different, aren't they? They pick up so many more eliminations. Look at them. They're flying high.
That's the thing, right? A lot of these eliminations came towards the very last half of those rings. In the first early half, getting 1 or 2 is generally okay. But when you see the opportunity to close out this game, when you see the opportunity to actually finish off the rest of the members, that's when you see GRC start pumping up. They are just so full of momentum right now.
They went from 6 eliminations in Bermuda to 17 eliminations in Alpine. I think that's just a little bit mental. Let's look at the team comp. This time they bring in the double homer, Steffi alongside Chrono. Earlier in Bermuda, this setup was used as a defensive setup. This time round, this exact same setup was used for a super offensive rush into compound after compound after compound. I think that first Booyah at Bermuda really lit that fire within themselves. Getting taken down early in Purgatory pissed them off.
I really did.
And they popped off in the third game.
Especially for Fies, right? I mean, Kim playing on Chrono, yes, Chrono has been adjusted, but it at least makes him feel like, man, when you use his abilities, you gotta make sure it counts. And every time we've seen him today, here on day number 6, Faiz, when he drops down his ability, it's either I'm going to pull up a team member, I'm going to make sure that somebody lives, I'm going to pull attention to myself and get the revives off.
And of course, the popular weapon, I'm not going to be surprised to see AC80 once again making its way up to the top. With the kind of information meta that we are playing in FreeFire right now, the AC80 just really does serve you super well. It's got super good accuracy, very easy to control, a decent rate of fire for a marksman rifle, and 2 back-to-back shots get you a bonus amount of damage. And you pair this up with a good lineup of passive skills, for example, the Raphael, just like what Vice did earlier on, you're going to get those knocks and they are just going to expire before the team members can do anything about it. And coming back to the total achievement of GRC, 29 massive points, and I just want to see exactly where is SE. SE has got a total of 12 with them because earlier on SE was in the 10th spot, Genesis Dogma in the 11th, and 2E was sitting down in the 12th spot. Look at where 2E is. They clunked out with absolutely nothing. So guess what, baby? GRC is in the top 12.
For now, let's not cast a curse this man. I'm nervous about this. I'm very nervous. Let's look at the current standings, and you are absolutely correct here. Now, overall, I'm hoping that GRC is able to kind of continue this momentum, right? You were hyping them up, and it looks like this could be the comeback of the century to actually qualify for that grand finals. But it doesn't mean that, you know, some of the other teams like Expand, for an example, and even Magic, they're having a little bit of a slow start. Magic found their step. Expand, not just yet. They have been very, very unlucky in these past 2 maps.
Now, don't worry, Gideon. I promise you, there's one thing, there are many things that I am. The one thing I am not is a guy that brings down curses upon teams. The guy that usually does that is the guy that you have replaced today.
Exactly. That's why I am the one who's nervous. You can say what you want, but I gotta be a little careful. It's a little touchy topic here.
You know, we started off the day, and I don't know if you remember this conversation. We were speaking of production earlier on. We were seeing, you know, which teams might be able to make it up top. And GRC was one of the teams that just seemed so impossible because they've been having a miserable run. But now 2 Puyas out of nowhere makes it super possible. We gotta take a short break. Let's see if the GRC run continues.
สวัสดีครับผมเมจิกดนบูกัปตันทีมเมจิกอีสปอร์ตตำแหน่งซัพพอร์ตความสามารถพิเศษสามารถข่มเพื่อนทุกคนในทีมและผมพร้อมจะข่มพวกคุณจำไว้ไอจะขยี้ยูให้แหลกถ้าถามถึงชีวิตส่วนตัวผมก็ดีนะแล้วผมพร้อมจะซัดพวกคุณให้ยับเลยส่วนนี้คือเมจิกคาเว่นถือตำแหน่งชาร์เจอร์และแอคแท็กเกอร์ในคนเดียวกันมันมีงานไอเล็กคือชอบไปเที่ยวมีฉายาสุดเฟี้ยวคือสุนทรภู่ชอบแต่งเรื่องแต่เล่นเกมเก่งนะครับผมจะบอกให้และคนถัดไปคือเมจิกวัสนาเป็นทั้งชาร์เจอร์และแอคแท็กเกอร์เหมือนกันไอหมอนี่เป็นคนติดแฟนแบบรักแฟนที่สุดในโลกชอบพร่ำเพ้อพรรณนาถึงแฟนจนต้องตั้งฉายาให้มันว่านักกวี ส่วนไอ้หมอนี่ก็คือเมจิกสมิงอยู่ตำแหน่งสไนเปอร์งานอดิเรกของเขาคือการสักลายถ้าไม่อยากตายก็เข้ามาแต่ฉายาน่ารักนะเรียกได้ว่าสมิงโก้ส่วนคนสุดท้ายคือ Magic Exit ตำแหน่ง Support Attacker มีงานอดิเรกชอบขายของช่วยพ่อแม่ฉายานักกวีดีเด่นแถมแต่งเรื่องเก่งกว่าคาเว่นทั้งยังเล่นเกมแมตช์นี้ได้เก่งกว่าใครเขาพร้อมจะชนทุกคนทุกสนามพวกเราเมจิกพวกเราทุกคนเปรียบเสมือนมังกรยิ่งใหญ่และฟาดได้ไม่ยั้ง
Cả team sẽ làm hết sức để thi đấu thật tốt vào tuần 2.
Ada sih kesalahan kita di minggu kemarin itu telat mengambil keputusan drop zone. Ya paling untuk minggu kedua kita akan perbanyak evaluasi dan merubah gameplay.
Vâng, tôi他说你的爆破没我强。
Lihat aja nanti week 2 gue bantai lu.
Put, vâng, nè.
Mình rất ấn tượng với Genesis Dogma, còn với GAC Aphrodite thì họ chưa thể hiện được nhiều.
With the double barrel, 4 little hot, glue wall melters come, limit completely hot. They haven't.
Buat tim SPTC sama LGDS, gue bikin kocar kacir lu.
Still has 2 more to go through though. That man too deadly. And Alpha coming up. Alpha does it.
أكبر عدو لنا وهو مثل ما تعرفون مثل ما كان في الأسبوع الأول وهو فريق إيفوس.
Team mình gặp nhiều lỗi cá nhân và chiến thuật chưa tốt. Chúng mình sẽ nghiên cứu chiến thuật mới. Kesalahan kita orang pada minggu pertama adalah turun berpecah-pecah dan cara kita orang mengatasinya adalah saling mengingati. Pada minggu kedua, kita orang akan tingkatkan gameplay dan mental.
الأخطاء التي ارتكبها الفريق الأول وهي عدم الانسجام والتفاهم مع بعض. الفريق اللي يحتاجه هو الثقة في النفس وعدم التوتر وعدم التسرع في اتخاذ القرارات.
Minggu pertama Farang tengah healing. Tunggu kita orang comeback.
لم نخسر الحرب بعد، القتال لسه متواصل، سنلتقي الأسبوع القادم إن شاء الله.
Nếu gặp Farang và Alpha thì cho Eagle xin 8 điểm. ขอบคุณ
guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. No rush, go on, move dumb. Pushing, so I'm move dumb. Peace and love turn to peace and gloves. Now you gotta do a run up. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move out the bits. Boy wanna throw to a bitch, nah. Unless you heard it from me, and you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all that energy extra. They wanna see me with the hitters.
Child, leaving the beaners alone. Me with a squeeze, I get no feelings involved.
Child, leaving them beaners alone. Me with a squeeze.
I'm getting hype.
Cho một lẩu Thái anh ơi.
Play games.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Play games. Play games.
Thứ duy nhất mà SE sợ ấy chính là các đối thủ tại FFSI quá yếu và không có đủ khả năng để đấu lại SE. Mùa này là mùa của chúng ta. Overtime.
On track, now we gon' way up. Don't be used as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, yeah, you know we pray up. Now we gon' way up. Now we gon' way up. Now we going.
Tụi mình từng vô địch châu Á đó, nên xét về trình độ thì khỏi bãi bàn.
Ai đó cản tôi lại đi, nếu không tôi sẽ càng quét bản đồ đấy.
Các bạn nên nhớ, ai là người loại Edward Foynet ở FFSI.
Xuống tiền của mình cố gắng 5 sâm. Bạn chạy đâu cũng dính à. Một mình tôi thừa sức cân cả team các bạn.
I'ma let you hear 'em just to prove you wrong. Way up. On track, now we gon' way up. Way up. Now we gon' way up. Now we going. On track, now we gon' way up. Way up. Now we gon' way up. Now we going.
SE sẽ mang vinh quang về cho Việt Nam.
looking back. Mastermind.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So
Are you ready to light the fire here today, survivors, as the teams are looking to secure their final few points as we're halfway through the day, as we will be moving on to the grand finals in the coming weeks. Now, I'm already scared for how aggressive these teams are playing, the way that they're recovering from those early circles. But here at FFSI, it's all on the line here. It's now or never for Group A and Group C.
Now or never indeed, but with GRC picking up their second booyah, not just of today, but of the whole group stage for themselves, they have finally broken into the top 12. But this is not going to mean that they are going to stay there. Teams like 2E can still rise back up to the occasion and kind of knock them right back down to get relegated by the time we make it out of today. Because today is the final day of the group stages. It's the final opportunity for these 11 teams to put their best out there.
Yeah, and no, it's great to see that, you know, teams still are remaining to their identity. So let's have a look at the top teams to keep a lookout for, as we've already gone through 3 maps. There's only 3 maps left. EVOS Phoenix, Team Flash, and Magic Esports. And we know for a fact in map number 3, it was up to Magic Esports essentially to give that win over. They're in such a compromised position.
It's a great thing to see these 3 names here, because I actually wanted to highlight them as well, because when you look at the top 5 within the Next Terra performance, EVOS is there, Flash is there, Magic is there, but guess who else is there? GRC, baby!
I'm seeing the stats man. He's just like giving me a double thumbs up. He is excited for this too, and I can tell why you are, as we're going to be rotating into this map. Are you ready? As we broke at the halfway mark of day number 6, as we're going to be dropping, let's have a look at the flight path.
Next Terra, as we open up this game, it's going to be a super fair flight path from Museum all the way down to Mud Site for some mudslinging a little bit later on. You know Decker Square is going to be super hot. It is a hot zone for a drop, and it's now a high tier loot zone as well on top of everything else.
Yeah, I would highly suggest that everybody keeps in mind these points of interest across the map, especially whether the shop is in, more so the shop than the revive centers, mainly because a lot of teams have been, well, like to camp around these revive centers, get these free picks off of these stragglers who get in these early engagements.
MGE is one of the top teams within Next Terra, but Farang can't make a difference for themselves. Farang has been struggling all throughout the competition.
And if they want to make some noise before they do not make it to the grand finals, this is their opportunity against one of the top dogs. But as you can see, whenever you drop into next era, this is a constant. God Cruz goes out and he brings their sub in.
All right. Let's see how Magic is doing as they've already found that first initial pick onto Farong. Nice. Unfortunately, isn't going to be in the same place. It's, oh no, 2 already down. It looks like the first guns are not that great. The Bison's only going to do so much here as he manages to find one in trade. Farong might be able to pull this off as they get the kills for themselves. And it looks like Saming, he's not having none of this. Farong, they win out in these early trades. It's usually when the third parties get involved that they start losing more members than necessary.
For this fight, I'm on the Farang hype train mainly because I do want them to take MGE out of the equation. MGE is definitely going to be in the grand finals, but if MGE is out, there's an extra slot at that final circle that maybe GRC can occupy. In the meantime, it's going to be 2E, a team that's now struggling, fighting their way back into the top 12. Because of the performance out of GRC, 2E has been pushed into the 13th spot. That's relegation zone.
Not a spot that you want to be in, as Genesis Dogma taking a lot of damage on their side. This 2v2 against Alpha. They've been going back at it against Alpha each and every single one of these maps so far.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to back off, and now they realize we're past the halfway mark. We cannot afford to keep taking this damage, but this contestation point, this point of interest, the shop, this could be the big difference maker if one of these teams wipes the other.
The bigger loser here obviously is going to be Alpha. Genesis Dogma is pretty safe for the time being. No, actually, I take that back. Looking at the position of Genesis Dogma, they're currently dead in that last spot to qualify. They're in the 12th spot. Alpha, on the other hand, are 53 points away from the 12th spot. So Genesis Dogma has got more to lose. If Alpha takes them down, Genesis Dogma is going to be absolutely pissed.
They're going to get the revive off. They had one member to slow down the members of Alpha, and they can't see this beam of light within the inside of that compound. So they have no idea that this is going on right now.
That's a little bit of a waste coming through from Alpha, but at the same time, if you do look at the situation, if that player drops right back into his compound at Graph Labs, which he does, and Remind takes yours out of the equation, he says thank you for the revival, thank you for the extra point too.
Yep, again, first people who get those revives, and especially when you're holding the outside of that compound, you have all the space to play, and more so, you have line of sight, something which Alpha does not have, and they've already wasted the goal to get the initial revive. They lose a member again. They bring back one at the very least. This time, hopefully they can actually recover from the damage like we've seen GRC do in these past couple of maps.
Home attack Stelz slows him down just a tad bit, but he is not going to be too tickled by that at all. Alpha from afar. Gatal takes those shots as well. Alpha, can he get this execution? He's calling forth Gatal for a little bit of backup. Gatal's a little late to the spot, but he is going to be able to get there either way. Alpha's going to keep Dels just a little distracted for the time being. AUG in the hands of Dels. Gatal drops by too fast on off screen. Earlier engaged with Raz finally gets that knock as well as the elimination.
Oh, that's beautiful. Beautifully done. X-Man, finally some luck handling on their side, but Genesis Dogma is still in this continuous long form of attrition. They've already expanded the revives. They've already utilized the money as well. They have to start backing out.
Can he? Is he going to get shot from afar? Nope. The players from the side of Alpha did not take advantage of that. Now, as Kiki backs away, I understand what's Alpha doing. They don't want to get super aggressive because they still have hope. Alpha still wants to make it into the top 12. Albeit it's going to be a very, very difficult thing to do. They need to get potentially 3 booyahs out of the next few games. And guess how many games we've got? Only 3.
They're running out of time here. Let's see whether this grenade is going to get the information that he needs. Doesn't get too much out of it. Hopefully, especially when especially with this close range weapon. It's so annoying because we're seeing that Genesis Dogma, they're trying to slow them down while another member has gone off to try to get a revive elsewhere on the map. He knows this is going to be a point of contention, so Kiki, it's all up to you to just put as many bullets in Alpha as he can.
Kiki's just dodging left and right, just dealing with both of these players with the Parafal as well as that sniper. Parafal now. Oh, what a tag by the Homer! Slows down Kiki. Perfectly executed by Remind.
Beautifully done. The timing, he was trying to jump peek. Wait, no, this war. Oh, no. The war has taken too long, and the Alpha members caught out in the open as LGDS has come up to clean the mess left by Dogma. Oh, this is a disaster.
If Alpha thinks they have a chance to scratch the top 12, LGDS has the right to think of the exact same, for they only are 1 point behind Alpha, currently in the 16th spot. It's a big dream, but anybody in the world is allowed to have dreams, especially LGDS. They have shown us that they've improved from all of those past international tournaments, but still struggling a tad bit. Hopefully we see more from them. EVOS Phoenix, in the meantime, takes on 2E.
They're fully decked out here. They've got the level 3 helmet as well as the armor, but the same can be said about their opponents at Eagle Esports here. They've done this many, many times. Get into this early engagement with EVOS, whether they know it or not, they always come at odds against each other.
Dian with the mini Uzi. Tries to catch up with the rest of his team members. In the meantime, Farang taking on SPTC. Farang with the 2 players still just revived moments ago. Pretty low in terms of ammunition, artillery. Those medkits are going to be on the low as well. Jembal taps himself right back up with that medkit as hand gets taken out. As he bleeds out, EVOS Phoenix flies straight on to that high ground, and they turn the tides against 2E. Q of 9 instantly taken down by the MVP, Jonah.
Oh my goodness, that's not great. But they managed to pick one of their members up. The timing, they find that initial pick, and instantly they get to the top of vertical, make sure they clear off that height, and now Jonah, once again, he might be able to get another pick here. He sees it, and perfect for Moshi to clean it up.
Moshi's right there, but Moshi doesn't spot the guy just yet. RGS in hand, drops the double nade. Izagod sends out the... Oh my goodness, Skylar with him. Has got that Riptide Rhythm, but the Riptide Rhythm practically does nothing against Moshi. The Clutch God himself, M1014, way too spicy to deal with close range.
I can hear the disappointment in your voice. Oh, the Skylar. Goodness,
I mean,
you whipped it out.
Got nothing, and then he still got taken down. I mean, what a waste of the Riptide. EVOS get high, gets a God nade, and then sends up one follow-up nade to take down out of the equation. GRC, on the other hand, taking on SPTC Artemis. Drogon in hand, tags up 2 players. Up top, Liam does respond with the exact same gun, but he gets his headshot off. Fice as the final player. GRC continues the up and down momentum.
This time they weren't able to recover from that early damage. That means they're going to be knocked out here, but this is great, especially for Eagle Esports on the other hand. They slowly climb back up into this. Magic still looking to recover their members. Same goes for GD. Team Flash hasn't been around just yet. Oh, never mind.
If GRC wants to stand a chance to stay in the top 12, they need to hope and pray that both 2E as well as Genesis Dogma end their run within this next era map right here, right now, as the next 2 teams that get taken out. But in the meantime, Team Flash is going to be meeting LGDS, who did take that super cheeky shot against already from the side of EVOS Phoenix, forcing EVOS Phoenix to quickly reposition moments ago. But they don't rush in towards their compound. Instead, they meet Flash halfway. MGE, Wasana, big opportunity to bring their players right back in, and Alpha does nothing. Wasana is successful. Jazaria is potentially buying a couple of her players right back. We don't have the full kill feed, and we don't know if she was successful.
Oh no, hopefully she does have some medkits. She keeps on surviving. Oh no, Wasana, he's gotta get out as quick as possible.
She gets him.
Oh, she does. Nicely done, nicely done. But the next engagement here coming in for SE against Farang, having all, I was about to say all 4 members, but one instantly gets knocked down here as the bombardment is trying to slow him down as Artemis is already pushing up.
Jembal this time doing so much better. Trogon in hand, just drop hand down onto the ground. Fires the M1014. Can he jump right back out? He does. Live with the 3 HP. Can't top his health right back up. It's all in the hands of Fires now from the side of Farang, and Farang can't do much in the 10th spot. SPTC dispatches them instantly.
You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Just bullet impact, struggling to get past it. But at least with Genesis Dogma, they recover. But however, Team Flash, they see this. They see the parachute coming down. Are they going to do anything about it? I mean, they know that magic is in the area. Instantly showing presence, showing why that they have taken the spot.
Team Flash trying to catch up with MGE on the overall leaderboard. What better way to do it by taking down MGE themselves right here, right now. Han being revived for the 2nd time. Hopefully he doesn't make it a habit. Don Boo, double revolver in hand. Goes up against Kiki, who does have a secondary as well. It's a fair fight, but Roro, Moshi gets a little bit of revenge because earlier LGDS teased EVOS Phoenix, and now they get a little bit of payback.
Yep, they even up the score. However, this is a deadly zone to be in, so close in range with multiple teams covering every single angle at this stage of the game. Magic still trying to recover. Both having that crossfire is great, and they managed to get the punish off of it. The Rats don't want to show themselves as they're slowly getting cleared out one by one. EVOS is going to walk on in, sees SE, says hello, drops the cluster grenades, and pushes them out of the compound.
Nice grenade to the wall on the right as well. Neo just cannot find a re-access into this building. What a well-timed shot! And that's exactly why you want that sniper in your hands. Izagot from the other side as well will not be able to back away. Expand, losing Cobra off screen in the hands of Yanbin. Team Flash still the bane of Expand's existence.
Yeah, Artemis, he is caught out in the open here while the rest of his members... Oh, he launches out just in time. Does he get shot out of the air though? Nope, no angle, no lineup, and he's out. Artemis with Tyson as well, both still alive.
Smart play coming through from Artemis. Very low on HP. Flies outside of this next phase opportunity. And Yoss with the mini Uzi cannot deliver as Peanut drops him like his heart.
That's so sad because Peanut didn't see him initially. The first shot came from his prone opponent. And that could have been a huge game changer.
Flash now taking those shots from LGDS. LGDS might just be able to deliver, but Shin does erect a good glue wall, protects himself, jumps back together with Ripgod. And he's going to be switching out with Ripgod here. Not a quick bait and switch. Oh, but Ripgod does help him out by shutting down Roro. What a Scar headshot.
Where? Wow. Where did he find the line of sight here? Yanbin on the opposite side, from the south side of the map, making sure that they can't rotate into the ring, but it doesn't matter if they can still take pot shots into whoever is trying to control the structures. It's going to be tough here, as we do see the cluster grenades all coming out, trying to break down the glue walls. Nice and slow. Eagle Esports able to get 2 rebirths in this game already.
2E. Eagle Esports needed 4 points to jump back into the top 12. And they needed to make sure Genesis Dogma does not pick up too many. Genesis Dogma is out already, which means the 12th spot is now claimed by the Eagle Esports squad. In the meantime, SC gets taken out of the equation. Bloody finds Izagon. Yanbin's going to continuously tag up all of the players with his Groza, one of the preferred assault rifles you want to have in your hands. LGDS with the 7 eliminations already heads on in towards this next circle. MG is going to meet them halfway, and they are split across the map with Saming not beside the rest of his team members. And he's the star player that needs a little backup.
So immediately going to get one. Saming moves back, gives away the space. He doesn't mind if they get the revive, but it slows down on their engagement. Craven, on the other hand, with the Trova. But can he make it happen? No! Unfortunately, doesn't get the trade at all. His Team Flash completely swarm into the building and take it over. Team Flash with 8 eliminations so far. This is going to be a high kill count game.
Flash wants to catch up with MGE. Yes, it's hopeful because they're about 60 points apart from each other. But Flash will not give up trying. They are in the next circle already. That's going to be the 5th circle. Expand is wasting a little bit of time outside. Going to tank the blue for a little bit. The fight is going to break down between LGDS as well as EVOS Phoenix as 2E flies right back in here to claim that top 12 spot. He drops onto the roof of EVOS Phoenix.
Oh no.
Oh my goodness. LGDS takes advantage.
Yeah, they're just, at this point, LGDS just replaying Schindler's List all over again. Just a complete firing range. Nothing much that they can really do about it. No cover to really play around as well. And they chose the worst building possible. Well, technically, all the buildings here, the verticals, are not great. But at least with the EVOS house, you can play with a slight height. But you're exposed to both angles. But EVOS, very smartly, already in the ring. Already a position that is very ideal for them, especially since they can put 2-on-2 on either side to keep Team Flash and as well as LGDS under some kind of pressure.
4v4v4. It's now a game of wait and see. When you see, you shoot. Yanbin steps out. He gets shot at. It's going to be the one and only Jonah. Hey, but the Woodpecker responds straight to his head. Jonah goes down. Get high drops by to save him. And nobody's going to be taking him out. But wow, the circle does not even get to him. It is a skill instead that drops Jonah right back down. Bloody's moving in for the finisher. Get High erects 2 glue walls back to back. Picks Jonah right back up. Get High doesn't get to save him the second time around. Bloody does get that shot in. And Team Flash putting great pressure on EVOS.
Boss, on the other hand, they're not taking it lightly as the rest of the members want to get him to Team Flash, closing in on the north side, while LGDS on the other hand, claiming the other side of the map. So already, and as well as Mochi, this time, Mochi, they gotta work together here. Already he's gonna take the first couple of shots as you see his Rip got through that window. Gotta block off line of sight and hopefully try and make Team Flash collide with their opponents on the opposite end of that map. Melters are going to be coming on through. Is EVOS going to reposition? No, they are not. They hold strong.
They do move slightly towards LGDS. Hoping and praying that they are able to avoid Flash. They do get the first knock onto Peanut. Peanut can still be saved here, and that's gonna happen. Peanut's right back up on his feet. Glue wall melters being laid on outside, and therefore EVOS Phoenix will take down the defenses of LGDS. LGDS, as the circle starts moving on in, has to go in for the push against EVOS Phoenix. Flash is being put in the exact same position, but the center of the circle is right outside of the house. All three teams need to move. Moshi goes first and meets the Mac-10. Mac-10 rips him away. Ripcord finds Roro. Already steals that kill away and already cannot hold on for much longer. It's now LGDS going up against Flash, and Flash looks like they're going to be able to win this. Yuan goes down, and Team Flash picks up a booyah.
Beautifully played by Team Flash. Team Flash took the initiative to walk out first, bait as many shots as they possibly can, take a wide angle, and keep the rest outside of the center of the zone. Well done to Team Flash, and especially for Bloody.
Second booyah of the group stage. First booyah at Nextera. And what better way to get it done than on the very final day, just to make sure nobody at all forces you down the overall leaderboard. Team Flash, the last time we did check in on them, they were in the 8th overall position, and they should be able to climb up a couple of spots if they can do this again right after this.
But that's if they can do it, right?
Yeah.
Since we're already in the highlights, let's do a quick recap because this has been an extremely bloody play.
Yeah.
Every single team was basically getting into an early engagement, farming off those points, and then it was all about recovery from Ring 5, Ring 4, all the way down to Ring 3.
My main storyline for the day is just going to be whether or not GRC makes it or breaks it, right? First 4 games of the day, 2 out of 4, GRC not just made it, but they made it phenomenally well by getting the booyah for themselves. But they are now showing the kind of consistency that Team Expand shows us in competitions of this level. Get the booyah, bomb out. Get the booyah, bomb out. But as long as they're getting booyahs, I'm not going to be complaining all that too much. GRC still has 2 more opportunities. But as the circle got tighter, GRC couldn't hang on, and it was also the top dogs that were making it in there. But surprisingly, LGDS held their own pretty well all the way down to the final circle.
No, they really did. I think they had a great position. They kind of read the circle very, very well. And more importantly, they didn't get into an engagement where they could not win. They either had a man advantage, they made sure that they were poking out the right people and gathering a lot of information, especially on that second last ring, to finally make that final call. Hey, we're going to have to back up here. We're going to wait for them to make that first move, and hopefully we're going to win out in this 1v1v1.
And that was a very good decision being made at that point of time. Things could have gone south if at all there was a position that held on by his opponents. Someone with a backstab, someone who had taken that left or right-hand side flank. That just did not happen, so it panned out well for them. EVOS Phoenix, thinking that they were going for the 6th booyah of the group stage, kind of fell short, all thanks to a raging Team Flash. Now, it's very rare to see Team Flash really popping off and all of their decisions ending up made well. But that was one of those few instances where they were just acing everything. Even the 2-time champs could not keep up.
Yep, that's what we call a natural disaster because it was a full-on avalanche. Just a little bit of momentum is what Team Flash actually needed. And more so, I feel like EVOS, should they have really been getting that place? Because they were hitting some insane shots, which gave them an extra position every single time.
I think the only mistake made there was Jonah getting a little trigger happy and jumping out of his safe hole, thinking that, you know, he is one of the top dogs of the competition, capable of going out there, doing the dirty. But Team Flash did him the dirty. Bloody picking up 6 eliminations alongside Yanbin and Ripcord with 3 and 4 each for a total of 13 elimination points, as well as the booyah. This was a massive one for Flash.
It really was, especially when Shin ran out first with Bloody to support him on the opposite end. It turned that fight so quickly when you have that sort of space, right? Yeah. I was expecting them to run double Homer here, but instead, double Steffi.
Double Steffi, very good defensively. You get to give yourself a little bit of extra armor alongside the rest of your team members, and you also block away, you disregard any and all damage from any throwables out there on the battlefield. In the current meta, super tanky, super strong, but it is the A124 that I think is extremely OP, right? You get to disable all of your opponent's skills. If you pop it at the right time, in the right vicinity, especially in that final circle, and Shin did really, really well this time.
He really did. He absolutely did. He set it all up so that Bloody can walk out, and when he gets that trade, oh, go ahead, try and revive your friend. Instantly throws out that tracker that says, no. That was a rhetorical question.
Bloody runs the Homer, Awakened Moko, Raphael, as well as Capella. Capella's going to be able to give you that extra bit of boost whenever you top your HP right back up with the medkits and whatnot. Raphael forces you to bleed out 90% faster. Makes sense why he's got so many eliminations to himself.
Let's have a look at the popular weapons this time round, and of course, it's going to be the AC-80, M10, and as well as the Trogon. And honestly, I'm leaning towards your argument. I've talked to your stats guy in between the breaks. I've talked to you, and I know how you feel about this shotgun.
Tell me.
Honestly, I'm leaning in with the amount of situations we've seen that the Trogon launcher not doing as much compared to an M10 jumping at you.
Yeah.
It feels like there is a bit of an edge on that M10.
It's definitely an edge on the M10. It's just that you need a higher level of skill mechanically to execute with the M1014. And of course, it's a little bit of a fairy tale if you expect every single player out there on the battlefield to have those skills to execute it in that way, right? Very few people, very few key players do have it on them. But let's take a look at the points picked up here. A total of 25 for Team Flash. Very flashy. They're not going to be able to replace MGE anytime soon, but they can climb up the leaderboard a tad bit. On the second spot is going to be EVOS Phoenix, and with this game, EVOS Phoenix actually takes back the #1 spot in the overall leaderboard.
I mean, even though they're not getting those booyahs, they make it up with kills every single time. Look at that! Holy!
Let me clarify, by the way. When I say overall leaderboard, I mean the overall, like including Group B. But as far as this two combination of Group A and C is here, Team Flash with their consistency plus Booyah has managed to garner a total of 62. This could just be the best day of play for Flash.
I mean, it is. And I think, you know, at this point of time, taking risks like how Team Flash decided, you know what? I want to drop faster, harder, quicker. And again, I don't know. Personally, for me, I feel like a utility pet is a little bit more effective, but that's preference.
GRC Aphrodite getting the 3rd spot overall seems to be something that is great. I think it is phenomenal because we know the facts. The fact is they bombed out 2 out of 4 rounds and they still are in the 3rd spot, which means they've really hustled for 2 out of those 4 games. I would be a little bit more harder on them if this was not the final day of play, right? So I'm just gonna be all out GRC. I think they've done well. 2 more games. I think they might just be able to secure the top 12 for themselves. But in order to find out, you guys don't go anywhere. A quick short break and we'll be right back.
Là đại diện mạnh nhất của Việt Nam tại FFSI. Team Flash không sợ bất kỳ một đối thủ nào. Muốn hỏi về chiến thuật sao? Là đây mình chỉ cho ít bài.
Muốn thấy ác quỷ không? Đưa mà 1887 đây.
Với 4 chức vô địch tại Việt Nam, sức mạnh của chúng tôi không phải dần bừa.
Kinh nghiệm của Team Flash sẽ để bẹp tất cả.
Cân 4 nhiều rồi, muốn xem highlight cân 8 không?
Thôi, không nói nhiều. Hẹn gặp ở chung kết.
Something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written So now it's
Welcome back to the best Free Fire esports action you can find out there on the internet right here, right now. This is a Free Fire SEA Invitational 2023 with Gideon and the Mustachio AJ. And what a hot day it has been for some of the teams out there, especially a team like GRC, who, when we started off the day, seemed like they had no hope to make it into the top 12. But they have proven all you need to do is believe and put in the hard work, and you can get there, because right now they're still in the top 12.
Look, now that we're getting into the last legs of this race, all of the play-in so far, I think GRC, it's okay to not go for this consistent play, because they're getting mega points every time they pop off. Yeah. But that's the thing. It's all about the fact that they want to engage early. Yeah. Then it's about the recovery. If a team happens to pick them off while they're recovering, they do terribly. But if they don't touch them, even just for 2 minutes, 2 rings, that's when they pop back in and get booyahs straight off the bat.
And that's why I always say, if it's not broken, don't try to fix it. I think the great play for GRC was just keeping their heads down, keeping quiet, getting to that final circle, and then really popping off. I mean, if you're already going to be claiming 12 placement points, you don't really need a massive number of eliminations, albeit it can be extremely helpful. But of course, you want to guarantee that for yourself, because you are going up against teams like 2E. You're going up against teams like Genesis Dogma as well as SPTC, who are aiming for the top 12 alongside you. And you know, statistically speaking, you haven't been doing all that too great against them.
Absolutely, and I think, you know, in this particular map, Genesis Dogma is going to be a team I'm going to be personally looking out for, especially with their movements across the map. Previously, on Xterra, they were getting revive after revive after revive and getting punished each and every time, but they still managed to get placement points, and that's something that they desperately need if they want to kind of maintain their spot and get that buffer that every team who's already qualified for the grand finals should hold on.
I mean, today is a horrible day as far as Genesis Dogma is concerned, right? They started off things on Bermuda, they got 13 points, and the next 3 matches got them a total of 8 points with 3 games put together. That one Bermuda match was better than 3 games where they showed up and basically did nothing much for themselves. But that being said, Genesis Dogma is not really in relegation. No, they are in relegation. So they are in 12th spot. I thought they were 11, but no, I just refreshed the statistics. And yeah, they are in hot soup if they don't step things up.
Exactly. And that's why it's beautiful that it's on the map that they were scoring high on in Bermuda. So this is the time where they have to start playing Farm Simulator, getting as many points as they possibly can. And placements this time is going to be a lot more important than the actual kills itself. It's consistent. It's almost guaranteed.
You've got your eyes on Genesis Dogma, who are currently in the 12th spot. I've got my eyes on GRC, who are in the 13th spot. They are tied up with Genesis Dogma in terms of the total points. And now they take on Expand with Cobra down on the ground. This is a very rare occasion where I actually hope for a team to win against Expand, but that's exactly what's going on here, because GRC needs the top 12. Expand already has it. Can GRC rise above everything else and smash out Expand? With Cobra, the most lethal player, out of the equation already, it might still be doable, but 2 of the players from the side of GRC are just incapacitated. This is a tough fight to win.
Yeah, I don't think GRC is going to continue up with this. They're already booking it away from that clock tower. If they can slow them down, that's going to be great. But now we're looking at Alpha, and once again, they find one member of Magic so far. Still, all their members are healthy, and their control... Oh, 2E walks out, instantly gets shot down, not given an opportunity to get back up.
This is a blessing from the heavens for GRC. Fires! 2 back-to-back matches, GRC bite the dust. And now they're once again going to pray for Genesis Dogma as well as 2E to bite the dust as well, because they need this. If these 2 teams run away from them, things are going to get very dicey on that final match unless GRC can get a massive booyah.
Exactly, and that's why Genesis Dogma, all right, we lost that fight, we don't have the members, let's go get those revives, we're going to get Kiki and as well as Dells back to life, and then we're going to focus on our positioning, because at the end of the day, that's the easiest way to get the points on, rather than playing your mind out, trying to hit every single shot. That could be relatively risky.
Yos, everybody splitting apart at Rimnam Village, just to make sure they can loot up enough. 2E is going to lose Diane to Too Fast momentarily. Cobra nearby. X-Roy is the one that gets the headshot. quickly takes him out of the equation. 2E's not going to be too happy about that at all. They just brought the right back in here, and he's expanded once again. Farang, in the meantime, they find Alpha, and they are going in for the flush on the other side of the map. It's EVOS Phoenix on the approach.
I mean, here's the thing. Alpha, they always like to give you that early space, make you feel a little comfortable. Yeah, come on into us. Get ready for that close quarter fight, as they're going to be looking for the positions of their own. Once they have no place to run, that's when they start turning back to fight. And I don't know, with the amount of noise, and I feel like they have some rough information about where EVOS is, that's why they're pulling back even further, willing to go back out into the wilderness and give up the structures.
Remind is too far away from the rest of the players. Farang might not be one to worry about, but EVOS Phoenix, we do not have our eyes on them at this very moment. They might just be the threat to Remind as he holds down that open space. Now, there's quite a bit of distance between themselves as well as Farang. In the meantime, we check out LGDS, who's taking a hot fight against SBTC.
Oh, they find one so far. Hand is kind of pinned down on his positions. The high ground is completely compromised from that angle. LGDS, it's great that they were able to find these shots. And, oh, the scope technically was blocking Hand. The timing could not have been worse. Hand, I don't think he's going to be moving out anytime soon. At the very least, if he is able to get on out of there, he can revive his buddies.
This is just warning shots on behalf of LGDS's players, just to make sure nobody else steps into their high-tier loot zone at Bullseye. They want all this loot. They're not going to share it with anyone.
As we look on by, looks like the only people who don't have a full squad is going to be Eagle Esports, but they'll eventually get it back up, right? Unless they're getting hard pressured. And we can see at least 4 Izagod. They are all spread across the map.
As he brings back Tyson, you know you're gonna need this guy in those hot fights, but he lands literally right in front of LGDS now. SBTC, they have a little bit of an ego challenge here that they want to take against LGDS, but LGDS says, keep your ego to yourself. We're out of here. We're done with this.
It'd be so funny if FreeFire decided to implement a proximity, voice proximity, so you could be like, pistols only across the map.
That would be fun.
That would be very, very fun. But we're looking at the overall map, right? And Sentosa being taken over by Magic, GD on Rimnam Village. They're still farming the entire side of it. Expand, on the other hand, at the edge, will engage with them first. But let's keep our eyes out for Team Flash and as well as Farang right now. Farang has been doing pretty terribly, but it doesn't look like after their early fight, they haven't been getting into too many conflicts afterwards. As you can tell, the rest of the Team Flash members hunkering down.
At this point, I can confirm that Farang has got zero hopes of getting into the grand finals. So if they can't get in, the best they can do is just ruin the party for someone else before getting out. Make a little bit of name for yourself. Give us a good play to remember you by. That's what Farang can do for themselves.
Right. In the meantime, we're seeing that Eagle as well expand very close to each other. They see the UAV, the information is there, and Eagle's like, hell no, I do not want to be part of this. We would like to touch the arsenal, but it's just not worth it. Not worth losing their members. Let's come back to Farang.
Farang Alif tagged up Jambal as well. Flash circling around really tightly around those glue walls that they've erected. Shin as well. One good grenade is just beyond the glue wall, but he's going to tag up Jambal with his gun instead, and it is Bloody with the Car 98 that gets the slay.
Oh, yeah, and they've already found one. Could they get a second one? The down is good, but they cannot capitalize unless they start rushing through. They find the information in there. Knowing that it's just one takes him out instantly. Last Farm member on the run does not want to be part of this situation as the kills will fall into the hands of Team Flash.
And the main reason why it was so easy for Flash to get that done was because Bloody popped his Homer at the right moment. All of those Farang players just behind the glue wall, they get tagged up by the Homer at the same time. It slows them down. Response time goes down. Rate of fire goes down. You get sent right back to the lobby, Farang. Team Flash do good.
Yep, they are aggressive and they felt their momentum from their last map and it's carrying over into this map. They're very confident walking into it, but Ripgod, he's going to get absolutely shredded here. Quickly responds with the glue walls as Remind going to try and blow them up as quickly as possible.
Alpha, one of the teams trying to squeeze into the top 12. I'm afraid the run might just be over for them as well, unless we see a miraculous 2 back-to-back booyah and they get more than 60 points out of those 2 booyahs. I think I'm asking for a little bit too much, so they have to do exactly what Farang was doing earlier. Put up a good fight, maybe even win it against Team Flash, but Flash is not giving them that chance. They back away to fight another day.
They understand the landscape. It's literally an uphill battle. If they want to keep pushing against Alpha, they have to waste a lot of resources to do so. It's just not worth the time since there's so much play space as of right now. So we'll wait. We'll give it a little bit of time.
Peanut finds Tyson. LGDS still popping out, but Peanut Bidden in by Neo. Neo's gonna continuously find a few more with the RGS. If he gets a little lucky, he can find both Yuan as well as Ung. Ung doesn't have the gun, but Yuan is playing that RGS as well. But Han finds Ung, and this is gonna be an RGS versus RGS potentially. But Yuan says no. Keep it for yourself. I'm going and finding a good revival point just outside of Graveyard. So he's going to be able to execute this, and LGDS is right back in the play within the next few seconds.
Yep, and you know, Evos is having a good time, you know? Gotta make sure the fingers are warm. Nice and warm.
I mean, they're thinking, why is this lobby so slow? Let's just find someone already. Let's warm up, guys. Make sure you're bunny hopping right.
I bet their comms are like, hey guys, who can hold your breath longest? Just to have something to do. But it looks like they might actually find some interruption pretty soon with GD just on the horizon on low ground. And all that hopping around, Yos has spotted them out.
Fun fact, EVOS Phoenix is the first team to break the 300-point barrier. And like I said earlier, they have reclaimed that #1 spot on the overall leaderboard in comparison when you match up all three groups together. Well, that's not so surprising looking at the fact that they are the two-time world champs.
I mean, they're consistent. They're consistent for a reason. If they want eliminations, they can go for it. If they want position, they can go for it.
If they want to sleep, they can go for it.
I feel like sleeping would be a little too disrespectful, but you know, it's not without their arsenal. There's got to be a good reason for it. Like, someone's got to really disrespect them and be like, all right, we'll just sleep on your corpse real quick.
No. They literally sleep in matches sometimes. They're like, it's okay. We'll wake up for the final 2 games and play some FreeFire. Still become champions. Came out of nowhere, dude. I mean, we were thinking EVOS was just down and out at the previous World Series, right?
Yeah.
And they literally rose from the dead. And they put a record-breaking booyah on the map for the final game to become champions. Yeah, there's just no counting them out.
You think they have blankets for the first 3 rings of the game, and then once
I swear they
like,
do.
they take
I swear
it off?
they do. Yeah, they do.
Oh, here we go. Oh, this might be interesting. The UAV already immediately coming out to reveal LGD's position. They're walking out of the open. They don't respond fast enough. Turns into cover at the right time, but they manage to hold on. Instantly gets taken out despite being behind cover. And this is where SBTC Esports is going to get aggressive.
Homer tags up Neo, but just moments ago, Ung did get tagged up by the Homer out of SBTC, slows him down, gets found by that grenade, and it looks like it's going to be the exact same fate for the rest of the players from the side of LGDS. But there's another team to dispatch as well. SBTC now continues the fight against Team Flash.
I don't know how many 360s Neo had to do just to get that shot down, but they're on the run and they're 2 members down, and that's perfect for Team Flash as they come in to clean up the mess. The third party, the remaining members, as they buy as much time as they can. Shin, he wants this kill, but And is not making it easy. He's buying a perfect amount of time, but good direction, good game sense, a nade to finish off the fight.
Very smart play coming through from Team Flash. Once again, the home is sent out in the very final second to disable the player before he takes advantage. 2E on the other hand. Dian lost already. He's just knocked down. But Tyson and the M82B is going to get those shots through the glue wall. Riptide Rhythm comes through as well. Takes down the defenses. Izagot as well as Q of 9. They run away. But the flank on the right-hand side. Look at Neo.
He gets the headshot. He gets the headshot right before he crosses over the high ground. And now Neo, he's still alive here, but it's not going to be as easy as Eagle Esports. They're getting absolutely shredded. SBTC has regrouped. They have 1 member down. Tanking the blue doesn't really matter to them. It's still very early on into this game, but Expand, just hearing all of the action going down, holding their position, they're like, okay, we'll just wait. We'll wait for the winners. We need some consistent points here.
Han gets taken down by the circle as well. Neo gets brought right back up. Expand might just have to pay a high price for knocking their players down, but we will have to see if or not that engagement does come through. Expand now keeping their eyes on Genesis Dogma. They just want to gatekeep everyone and make sure nobody steps anywhere near their defensive compound. It's not much of a compound, is it?
Yeah, it's not really a compound. It's a slow hill, very, very similar to Mount Villa, except without any of the structures and more like rubble just laying around. And when you're on low ground, it never feels that great. So it's all about like kind of expanding your field of influence here. With EVOS, they've got one of the better positions, right? Nobody wants to be in that center house, so they're going to take a little bit of an offside here. Actually taking 2 buildings, as a matter of fact. I thought it was 1, but my eyes deceive me.
At this point, the best thing Expand can do is just gatekeep Team SBTC. SBTC's waiting for, I don't know, Christmas? I mean, a few months away, not too long. But I think they need to start getting a move right here, right now. EVOS Phoenix, they drop by and they see MGE storming the front. Steffi gets dropped by Jonah. No nade's gonna connect with him just yet. X-Roy takes Tyson. SE eliminated by the circle as well as X-Roy. Moshi circles around. Craven's gonna get dropped onto the ground. Already sacrificed in the meantime, but Jonah's there to back the team up and MGE gets toasted by the two-time world champ.
He wins that, man. He wins that. Oh my goodness. He has got some ridiculous fingers. As the rest of the members of Expand try to make their way into the ring, they see that they're bombarded from both sides. They know GD is right behind him, but Team Flash is making it tough, and now with X-Roy down, they have no choice but to fully commit to this engagement here. Team Flash gonna press the agenda as they find that triple kill. Sees Axel in the sky, knocks him out too. Don't have any opportunity, and it's so sad for Expand. Just didn't have the patience to wait it out a little bit longer, but also had it being no choice. And now it's gonna be GD against Team Flash for the next conflict.
Genesis Dogma taking on Team Flash. And that's what happens to people who second guess the movement, because Team Expand should have just at least flanked to the left or right, made a decision so that they can cut across the map and find a better defensive position for themselves. But because they second guess themselves, they are now out back to the lobby. In the meantime, Flash getting tagged up left, right, center. Genesis Dogma putting the hurt on them, but they are letting the circle leave them high and dry as well. This is not a great idea, Genesis Dogma. Run, Forest, run!
I mean, they're very close to it. Genesis Dogma gonna out-heal the circle as much as they can as Dells goes on the opposite side, taking a real long way. Waits, and they do notice that Flash is gonna take the roof.
Team Flash, super brilliant move coming on through. They take the roof, but that also opens them up to multiple snipes. So hopefully they do have a lot of glue walls to work around with. But when we did see, I believe Rip God, he only had that one glue wall. Bloody has got 6, so he needs to erect as many as possible, especially in the vicinity towards some of these other players. He takes that pot shot against Dells. Dells backs away. Yanbin finds yours, puts him down under 6 feet. Bloody gets high as well. Team Flash using this vantage point to snipe out everyone.
Exactly, and the best part is that this roof is actually very triangular, so it allows you to actually play towards a safe side, giving you natural cover while still maintaining this height. Alpha, they're just sitting there. They can just wait this out. They don't really need to do too much about it, but no, Dells finally getting caught out with this McLaren out in the open, forced to run back in. Even the sorry, not the Homer, but the Chrono being popped, he goes down straight away.
Great plays out of Team Flash. They are going for a back-to-back booyah, baby. And it looks like they might just be able to secure that. Mochi goes down, and they're trying to get high out of the equation as well. MVP Jonah still alive and kicking. Here comes a couple of ice grenades. Get high down on the ground. He's potentially going to bleed out. Jonah, the final player left. Ice grenade yet again tossed on out. He doesn't have the Steffi to pop. Therefore, he'll eat up all of the damage from those nades. Jonah's still alive and kicking though, and he's going to wait for Alpha to make a move so that distraction can be used.
I don't think Alpha is going to walk out. There's no reason for them to actually take any fights with, at least with Team Flash, until the ring forces them out of this compound. And they don't mind. They can just wait to maybe get a kill if EVOS does make a hard peek. But no, Team Flash is going to push the agenda instead and start taking some low ground.
Big brain plays by Jonah. But look, it's Team Alpha now, trying to circle around Jonah to take him out. But Gatal up against Jonah. He gets stacked up by the Homer. Jonah needs yet another glue wall. He does exactly that. Now he's fully barricaded in. That Homer wears off. Jonah can move. Rate of fire comes on back. But Jonah's now stuck in a wall that he built.
Yep, as long as he's holding out, he knows that Team Flash is going to punish Alpha for this. Alpha even trying to kill him. He can't get it done. He's taking out one. He's going to get that triple kill already, making one more. But no, the movement's not enough. And Alpha losing too many members for one guy. Team Flash here to clean it up.
A back-to-back booyah for the Vietnamese squad. Team Flash shows up on the final day. They wanted to catch up with MGE. We thought it was not going to be possible, but if they keep this up on that final game as well, then hell yeah, Team Flash is here to take over.
Oh man, honestly, I thought Alpha, they had a really good chance at that game. They really could have won it out. They didn't have to get that final kill point. They just needed to wait until the circle closes in to get the height down, and that's when you take that fight against Team Flash. For them, it was just a farming run. Yeah, go out. I have one member on high ground. The rest control the low.
I think this is where decision-making really comes into play, right? They knew there was one player behind that hut, and they wanted one elimination point instead of the booyah. I mean, you aim low, you're gonna get a little. You aim high, could have probably walked away with the booyah. Alpha could have gotten a flashy booyah on the final day. Yes, they don't make it into the grand finals, but maybe we would have remembered them as the team that absolutely wrecked town in the second last match.
Oh, that would have been great. That would have been a story to tell. But as this game progresses, we're seeing that Team Flash, with the momentum that they have, they're getting very, very confident in their fights. They are going for hard trades. They're taking these fights very seriously, but more so, they're taking a more precarious precautions, right? Yeah. They go into a fight, they figure out how many members do we actually have here? When's the ring actually going to close on in? Is this a third party? Because we've seen Team Flash continuously beginning and racking up these kills with the help of third parties.
And we see how effective in the right hands that M82B is, especially when you run it with the Awakened Moko, especially when you run it alongside Raphael as well. You can run, but you cannot hide out there in those open grounds. It's just insane.
Yep, it forces you to really rethink how you maintain it, right? It boils it down to, yes, you know where exactly I am, but you gotta make sure that you connect those shots. And it always boils down to that raw mechanics.
By the end of things, Team Flash ended that round with a massive sort of elimination, right? They get the booyah, 12 points, and I believe 17 or 18 eliminations on toe. That's 29 to 30 points. That's crazy.
They're racking it up fast. And it feels like it's compound interest, like it's getting more and more each time they get that booyah.
Yeah, absolutely right. And Team Flash doesn't need to do this, but they just want to do this.
Oh, yeah.
Right? They want to climb on up. They want to make sure they catch up with MGE. A lot of the teams that are between them and MGE right now can't do much because they're in Group B. They don't get to play. They don't have a say. They already did whatever walking they did yesterday. Now they can talk in the background, and all they're talking is just praying, please don't overtake us. Please don't overtake us. But Flash doesn't care. They don't listen.
They really don't. I mean, they are going to play as consistently as they can. They're true competitors through and through. You know, it doesn't matter what competition, doesn't matter who I'm fighting against, I will destroy.
I mean, I just wish I could have seen this sort of a Team Flash from the very get-go. It seems like they have fixed whatever that was going wrong within week 1 as well as day 1 of week 2. And they are bringing the fire in here on the final day of play. And it's a total of, 17 eliminations. Fantastically played. Everybody put in equal amount of effort, but Yan Bin put in the least amount of damage and still walked away with the most eliminations. That is being very effective out there.
He's a finisher. He's the person that you depend on. Hey, I need somebody to revive the rest of the team. I need somebody to finish off these kills so that I can keep on pressing forward. Yan Bin is that guy. But if we're talking about the playmaker, Shin, one headshot is all he needs to open up a fight, and the rest of the Team Flash Bloody, he smells it as soon as Shin hits that shot.
And this is the main reason why Shin is usually the first one to run into a team fight. He uses that A124, disables all of the passive and active skills of his opponents, and the rest of Team Flash rushes on in. They pop the homer, they slow their opponents down. Steffies that back up in case right after those skills get disabled, nades will fly towards you. So this is one of the perfect setups, and the execution out of Flash using this setup has just been phenomenal.
Yeah, but that does mean that it's all extremely reliant on Shin to get either that first pick or to get into position without getting knocked down. And in this game, he's popping off real well, but it's very hard to predetermine who is going to be the primary target.
This is such an aggressive setup out of Shin. He even has got the Awakened Alvaro here. You know exactly what Rage Blast does for you. Within the final second of detonation, that one grenade becomes a cluster grenade. He also runs the Awakened Moko. Awakened Moko gets you to tag up all of those players for 11 seconds, especially if they move. And with bringing Beaston into the mix as well, he gets to chuck those things pretty far.
Yep, and that's how he wants to kind of clear out smaller structures.
Yeah.
The Trogon here coming up huge this time, the SKS as well as the Parafall. I don't know about the previous days, but have these guns shown up anytime soon other than today?
Parafall, Trogon, yes. SKS, hello, my friend. We meet again after a long, long time.
It's been a while.
It's most definitely been a while, right? And in situations like this, I know for a fact that it's not I picked this gun by choice, but I picked this gun because nothing else was available around me, so I had to make do with what I had.
The best part about taking out your opponents, going up to their bodies and looting them is to see an SKS and be like, I've been blessed. I've been blessed here today.
29 points yet again from Team Flash. I mean, Team Flash is on a roll right earlier with the 25, now with the 29. Nothing can stop them. They want to meet MGE at the top, and with Magic Esports only walking away with 5 of those placement points, no eliminations, it just makes Team Flash's journey so much more easy. But the team that I was focusing on from the start of the day, GRC Aphrodite, they once again bomb out.
Yeah, and that's the most unfortunate part, especially on a map that they actually did relatively well on as well. So let's look at the current standings so far. And unfortunately, man, that is quite the differential.
Is Team Flash going to break the record for the most amount of points collected over one day? I think they stand a fantastic chance of doing that.
They really do. They really do. They've only got like the last couple of maps here to finish off the today, especially last leg of the race. I mean, that's only if they manage to get another Booyah, that's guaranteed points, but how many kills can they patch along with it?
104 is the current record. 104. They barely need to put in work to get past 104. Randomizer though, where are we going to be brought to? It's gonna be Purgatory, where the teams truly get tested for some of the sins they've committed, especially you, GRC. Stop committing sins. Stop going down early.
I mean, they might do it again here. It's Purgatory. This is their battleground, man. This is where everybody picks up FreeFire and is like, yeah, I like this game. I like this map.
GRC, before we went into before we went into Bermuda on that reset, they were 1 point away from catching up with Genesis Dogma.
Right!
But because they bombed out, Genesis Dogma does get to run away from them just a tad bit. So GRC better put the hurt on everybody. In fact, actually, no, I take that back. They better keep quiet long enough to get into that final circle, because purely through placement points, they can do it.
That is true. So we're going to have to see how that's actually going to be playing out as we come to our very final map of the day here at FFSI. Hopefully you guys are enjoying your time. We'll see you after this break.
Là đại diện mạnh nhất của Việt Nam tại FFSI, Team Flash không sợ bất kỳ một đối thủ nào. Muốn hỏi về chiến thuật sao? Là đây mình chỉ cho ít bài.
Muốn thấy ác quỷ không? Đưa màu 1887 đây.
Với 4 chức vô địch tại Việt Nam, sức mạnh của chúng tôi không phải dàn bừa.
Kinh nghiệm của Team Flash sẽ để bẹp tất cả.
Cân 4 nhiều rồi, muốn xem highlight cân 8 không?
Thôi, không nói nhiều, hẹn gặp ở chung kết.
Time to level up and pay attention. Only the best can win, and I got a vision. I'm gonna be everything you said I couldn't be. I'm gonna leave my footprint, P.S. I know you see. I do believe that some things might be destiny. I do believe that I'm gonna give the best of me. I know you can't see, but I'll be on top. Team name tags on every spot.
I'm going in, all in, everything on the line. Everyone wants to shine. I'm going in, all in. I got my crew right behind, and we would die for the win. One time we gon' level up, 2 times we ain't gonna stop, 3 times like a loaded gun, we're ready to hunt. It's all said and done, you better run. In the battle, I'm sharp, I'm a rebel, I'm hunt, I'm a shooting stars. We're fighting for that one cause, one team, one dream, shooting stars. In the battle, I'm sharp, I'm a rebel, I'm hunt, I'm a shooting stars. Are you ready for the battle? You know we won't stop.
All eyes on me, I smell the danger. Can't turn back now, I can't erase ya. Did they
Are you ready to light the fire one last time on our final map here in Purgatory, where teams will honestly, very artistically, will predetermine their fate here in the play-ins? Will they make it through? Will they get eliminated? The fate is in their hands in this very final map of the day. My name's Gideon Q. This is the Mustachio AJ here to keep you guys company in these very final moments.
3 more teams have managed to drop the ball, and they will be saying goodbye to the grand finals as well. But GRC, the final team in the bottom 5, has got an opportunity. They need 9 points more than the team that are currently in that 12th spot. And unfortunately for them, it's the team of 2E. Eagle Esports has not been the best and the most aggressive team out there, but they've been a team that has been able to do exactly what it takes to survive in the top 12. And we thought, comparing 2E as well as GRC is never going to be able to make it, right? But GRC brought out 2 booyahs out of nowhere today.
Exactly, and this is where it gets really, really difficult for them, because they have to fight their natural instinct this time of fighting early. They have to maintain very, very low and slow and play for that ring. Those placement points are going to matter, and if they're going to stick to their own style, they have to finish off these fights, because teams like Xpad, Genesis Dogma, and as well as EVO's Phoenix, they are having an incredible, more than 50%, 67, 67, 75 top 3 rate.
Yeah. I talked about GRC, I talked about 2E, but it doesn't mean just because GRC does well, 2E immediately gets knocked out of the race. Because Genesis Dogma has just 1 point more than 2E. So in a weird twist of fate, if GRC does extremely well, if 2E does well as well, and Genesis Dogma doesn't show up, then we are going to say goodbye to an Indonesian squad.
That's going to hurt as we see the flight path from Moat House all the way to Central here. I think we can all agree that if alliances could be made, it would definitely be made with Alpha, who has been continuously paired up against, well, I wouldn't just say GRC, but even against GD. They have hot dropped each and every time and immediately gone into conflicts.
Genesis Dogma currently in the 11th spot just reminds me of the Indonesian circuit making their way into FFSI. Once again, Genesis Dogma scraped through their qualifiers for the grand finals in dead last, 12th spot, and then they became the #1 seed, which means they were the champions of the Indonesian circuit. And they look like they're going to repeat the exact same thing here, but over the dead bodies of the team that I've been keeping a close eye on. And if at all GRC is able to upset them, then things are going to get so much more exciting. The one upsetting thing is, of course, going to be that they will be knocked out by their own Indonesian brothers.
That would hurt. That would hurt a lot, but even
Dogma.
more so. Okay, so it's going to be Alpha and LGD fighting both of these squads very early on, and immediately we see the first knockdown is down. Yuan tries to get the trade, but Kiki, he is doing a phenomenal job at the back 10. He still goes down regardless. Delcy's trying to save his teammate. Does he find the trade? No, he gets hit by the Homer just in time, but still able to jump peek and get the kill.
Dels does manage to respond back extremely well. Now, he gets tagged up by the Homer. Homer slows him just a tad bit. Yoss is going for the revival platform already to make... He's abusing the revival platform for one guy. Okay, but he's also abusing it because he doesn't want LGDS to wipe them out and then use it for themselves. So it's a really smart play. In the meantime, Borgate, he's not running away. He's just cutting the escape path of LGDS, and he wants this elimination on Roro. He's got the Bison. He's got the A124. Borgate has a chance. Roro has got the Powerful, a better gun. Roro might just be able to turn the tide against him.
Well, but at the end of the day, at least they know that Peanuts is going to get the rest of the team alive as soon as this clash. Ooh, does he see the top of his head? Did you notice? Yes, he did notice. He knows exactly where he is, and Roro, he's coming up for it. This 1v1 of a lifetime.
He just popped his A124. That means this chrono cannot be used. He is locked in terms of his skill. His car, Grand Theft Auto FreeFire version. Borgate still gets a nasty snipe with the M82B.
The movement wasn't enough, but at least he has the insurance of his teammate going to revive the rest of his members. Peanut here to save the day. Okay, not the cleanest getaway escape, but oh no, he can't seem to get back up. Dude, if he is unable to get up that hill,
he can.
He'll be fine, right?
A bit of a boo-boo. MGE going up against 2E. Big fight for 2E. 2E cannot afford to waste this. Is MGE going to help out GRC by dispatching 2E? It looks like it has started, but this is only Izagot. Izagot taken out of the equation. MGE wants to go for the hunt, but the question is, Dark Love already buying Izagot right back in. 2E is not going anywhere just yet.
Absolutely not. They've repositioned across the map, and now they don't have to worry about it too much. MGE, on the other hand, gonna loot back up. Let's have a look at where Craven is right now as he's chasing down the Eagle members.
MGE.
No,
I don't know how. I don't know how much you got paid by GRC, but you were doing this job really well. Wasana takes Dan out of the equation alongside Craven, and they are still on the hunt. They want all the players on the side of 2E, but Dark Love is probably going to buy back the other guy again.
Yep, once again, but they still...
Oh, there's more on the other side.
Do they know where he... Oh, they do. They have a rough idea, but they don't know exactly where. So they're going to check out the rest of this open area map and see, there's only one structure. Let's have a bit of a circle around to see if any noise he saw hit the tip of his head.
This is just game sense, 100%. Wasana, Dark Love taken out. That's what you get for reviving a player we try to put out back into the lobby. Dark Love out of the equation just leaves us with, I believe, 2 more players. Nope, Saming makes that just 1 more player. Crew of 9 goes down as well. 2E, I'm sorry, but MGE seems to have been paid off big by your boys GRC. Where's GRC?
GRC is on the top left side. The top left side of the map right now.
They're on the top left at Crossroads, on the Crossroads into the top 12. Sorry, 2E.
Didn't Alpha land on that side, but now they're on the bottom side of the map, closer to Brasilia. So it looks like GRC won their very first engagement, got a couple of members, and I'm expecting that Alpha was able to get at least the revive. Is that 2 or 3? It's hard to tell.
Genesis Dogma still alive. Like I said, Genesis Dogma and 2E just had a 1-point difference between them. I think... Yeah, tell me.
That this might be a final ring with these 2 teams at the very end here. Maybe let's splash in EVOS just to spice things up. Maybe Magic, one or the other.
But the way things are going, not really. Wait, SE is out, right?
Yeah.
No, 11 more teams here. That means there's 1 more survivor of SE.
No, LGDS, Peanut is still on the outside of the ring.
Peanut's outside. 2E still has 1. LGDS still has 1. So 2E's not down and out just yet. These guys just do not know when to give up. And obviously, you do not want to mess up your spot in the grand finals. Everybody wants a piece of the big pie.
UAV is going to scan right across the middle of that map. Doesn't spot anyone in Brasilia, but will spot out Saming here and reveal the rest of the members of Alpha. Now, Magic and Alpha have been going at it. Whether it's the first engagement, usually around the 3rd engagement, that's when you expect to see both of these teams collide. And I don't think Magic, they're not hesitating for this one. They want to fight under the UAV.
And see if or not they can get that done. 2E Genesis Dogma. I need to correct my stats just a tad bit. It's not a 1-point differential between them. It's a 4-point differential, but potato, 1, 2, 4.
It's basically
a big difference. It's the same thing. MGE, Alpha's gonna eat a couple of nades. Wasana sneaks on into the time turner on the other side. It's gonna be Cesaria who runs into Wasana. Strogon. Wasana gladly accepts her with open arms. Steps on by. Saming drops Remind. Gatal drops Craven. Back and forth they go. And now, without Craven in the mix, it's a 3v3, but Wasana circles around, finding Gatal as well. Now Alpha on the back foot.
And this is why you don't want to mess with the Thais. The Indonesians, they're really, really good at these close-range battles here in Alpha. Not having enough of an opportunity to hold down the firing line. And you could see that at least with Dogma, they're getting out of there. They do not want to be involved with Magic. GE, yep, they're out.
2E is out. GRC, you just need to survive. Don't do it, GRC. Not against the 2-time world champ.
Don't take the shot.
Run, baby, run.
Okay, Jonah, he's doing it again. Raz, don't peek your head. Don't look right. Don't look right. His face gets exposed when he does. And he knows where Razi is going to be.
Someone please hot drop this engagement of this standoff between EVOS, Phoenix, and GRC. One guy is already on standby at the Revival platform, like, guys, if things go south, I'm here.
I got you, boys. This is.
Raz is probably telling them, like, guys, I don't know if I can get out of this.
Yeah, he's pinned down. He knows he's pinned down as well. But let's look at the opposite side as Expand. Oh no, Roy getting absolutely lit up here. Too Fast does not have an angle on the opponents of Magic, but yes, he does. Too Fast now sees an opportunity to fight back.
Smart pop of that Steffi. Those nades were not going to connect. Yes, Too Fast does get tagged up just a tad bit, but he recovers in time as well. X-Roy going to keep a close proximity alongside his good friend Roy, and they try to circle around, flanking from the left. MGE runs out towards the blue, and they're going to tank the blue to avoid this engagement with Expand, and Expand actually goes in for the chase. I don't like this.
I think it's good, because at the end of the day, Expand knew that they had way more space, especially towards that left flank on that minimap where Axel was. He covered any kind of ground. You want to go and loop around, you instantly get shot. And the landscape didn't help either. It's a little wavy, but generally Expand does have a slight advantage on this high ground.
LGDS just outside a campsite as well. They can take pot shots against Expand, but I wouldn't recommend that. With Alpha getting taken out, I mean, even before they got taken out, it was an almost guarantee that they're not going to be making it to the grand finals. And so is the case for LGDS and Farang as well. No matter what they do, no matter what they achieve in this match, the grand finals is just a no-go for the two teams, but they can still show up big. They can still give us a reason to scream their names and remember them.
The UAV is going to reveal basically everybody as the LGDS members are getting picked off one by one. Expand are not letting their foot off their throats just yet. They're willing to tank the blue for it rather than start thinking about going for Booyah, as they just want the points.
Oof. Easy pickings, and Saming, as they are running away, they still find Peanut. LGDS out of it, but that was always the case. LGDS was not going to make it to the grand finals. Farang, same case as well. SBTC, on the other hand, they will be looking to climb up the leaderboard a tad bit more, currently in the 10th spot. Up against Farang, they want to take all of these engagements. There's a high probability they do exactly that.
Yep, they're nading the inside of the house as far off. They need to start playing on the outer side. It's going to be Jembal. He's a little low. Jesmu quickly gets that glue wall down just in time as Artemis is going to peek the corner, and now it's close quarter combat. It's all looking very easy as Artemis finds his initial first kill. However, those frost grenades is going to stop him from moving forward. He's already lost 2 members, as we see from the opposite side. Let's cut back to EVOS versus Garci. They got into an engagement. This is not looking great. Garci has nowhere to run.
No, they don't, but they do have the capability of picking up a few placement points here. They just need 9 points more than SE. Come on, GRC. Find a miracle play. In the meantime, Artemis drops Jesbu. Farang's getting absolutely annihilated by SE, but SE is not really holding the ground all too perfectly as well. Artemis the final player. Tyson taken out of the equation. Fai's gonna show up. It's a 2v1. Alin's head doesn't poke out just yet. The Groza in hand. Flash out of nowhere might save GRC.
GRC is way too deep in this. If they can completely wipe off EVOS, and if SE dies just in time, they might be able to do it. Liam, he's already down to 50% of his HP. EVOS is not going to be very easy, but GRC, how long can they hold out for?
Liam has got a grenade launcher. Big play, does not connect. And Shin knocks down Liam instead. GRC might not make it to the grand finals like this.
It's not looking good. It's not looking good. They're really deep into the CQC so far. Team Flash is slow. Wait, Team Flash, they keep going around towards the south sides, and now let's go. It's that full team fight here, as GRC has already lost 2 members down. They find 1, but can they get the trade? GRC! What? They've done it! They bought just enough time!
GRC taking down the 2-time world champs to make it into the grand finals. But now they need to deal with Team Flash, the back-to-back Booyah winners of day number 6 of the group stage. In the meantime, expands Team Genesis Dogma. Genesis Dogma, one of them trying to maintain their spot in the top 12 as well. GRC might just be able to push them down a little bit more. Expand goes in for the chase. MGE does not want to stay and play.
Oh, let's have a look at how everybody else is doing for Ang. Wow, surprisingly having all of their men, but GRC, 1 member is still alive, SE also 1 member is still alive as well.
Come on, GRC, give me that miracle I was looking for from the very start of the day.
He's just got
they are so close, yet a tad bit too far. Just if they had made more map from today, Diaz, things could have been so different right now. But they're going to keep me sweating all the way down to that final moment. In the meantime, MGE has managed to find a good high ground for themselves, and SE... Let's go, baby! They bring back the whole squad out of nowhere!
No, is nobody gonna punish them?
And SE is out!
The timing...
2E is out!
The timing could not be more perfect, more articulate. This is, they revive the entire squad. SE gets taken out at the same time.
Oh. Come on, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me, GRC.
Expand is not letting them in. Same goes for Team Flash as well. They're shooting down the members of GRC despite the revive already coming through.
Just play the game of survival. Lean sneaks away, uses a haystack to block some bullets. Yes, that is physics right there. X-Roy circles around. Left-hand side flank. Will someone punish X-Roy? Someone please punish X-Roy so that GRC can make this. This is the dream run on the final day to make it into the grand finals. Kiki gets taken out. Oh, my bloody lord. It's Bloody himself taking Kiki out of the equation. GRC only have one final hope, and Expand has got that eyes on that hope, and GD is the one to get removed from the equation instead. We're talking about placement points. GRC still stands a chance.
They have a very good chance here. They have to keep riding it out, and it looks like Expand members have found Magic in a really precarious spot, knowing that Farang is already going into them, knowing that Team Flash is actually following up onto Farang's side. This means that all the attention has been pulled away.
Pulled away from GRC. The miracle run still continues as Team Flash now goes ahead to engage out in the open against Farang. Jembao finds Yanbin. Yanbin trades out Farang, and Farang is down and out for the count. MGE runs away. Expand finds MGE.
Oh my god!
It's leave! It's leave from GRC!
It looks like they might have just forgotten about the one member of GRC who's still alive and Expand. They find it, but they only know that Team Flash is on that opposite side. They're gonna give him that opportunity. They're gonna do it! And Team Flash, they've wiped out Magic. And now it's gonna be two squads going head to head, but nobody recognizes Leave.
Oh, they shouldn't see him. GRC needs 9 points. GRC needs 9 points. If they get the second place, that's 9 points just from placements. Come on, baby. Expand going up against Team Flash. These two teams have been dancing the tango around each other for long enough. Too fast, 11 grenades in his pocket, and he's gonna send all of them towards Team Flash.
Yup, and honestly, I don't know how many resources he has left because the ring is going to close and he's going to have to tank it. So, Expand, they're forced to run on out here. No, don't tank it so soon, GRC. As they're running on it, they realize that Team Flash is not looking at them.
Team Flash not looking at them, but Expand is just aiming for that final circle. Liam tanking the circle as well. Liam, you get out of there! You can't lose your life right here, right now. Cobra fights Bloody. Bloody expanded already. Cobra does not get taken down, but too fast. Rip got out. Team Flash out. GRC out as well. Expand gets the final. Booyah! But my question is, how much did GRC pick up?
They secure second or third. The kill feed right at the very end.
I think they did secure that second spot. There's a high probability that happened.
Oh my goodness. Expand finally finding the booyah of the day. They had a couple of unlucky rounds, but with this booyah, it just means that there's more buffer points as they've already basically secured play-ins. Oh my god.
I owe X-Roy dinner because I don't know how in the world he hurt me, but he did not take Liam out of the equation. He was like, okay, Mustacho, I'll leave him alone for you, man. I'll look at MGE instead, a bigger team.
He got the ping from Maybank and was like, all right, got it, Mustachio, no problem. I'ma leave him be. Oh boy, I need to see these standings. But first of all, let's look at the highlights here. What an incredible game here.
What an incredible day, man. Oh, dude, Gideon, I've had so much of fun with you all throughout. And the storyline was just mainly focused on GRC, whether they make it through or not, because from the 5 in the bottom who were in that relegation spot, GRC looked like they had the best opportunity, but if you look at their past historic data, they just didn't have the consistency. They didn't even have a single booyah to their name. They didn't have any matches to show us that they can be the top dogs of the lobby today. But yet they walk away with 2 solid booyahs. They crash and burn in 3 games. And then the final game where we want them just to freaking survive, oh my god, survive, they did.
They really like to play on a knife's edge here. That's what keeps them kicking and alive. I just feel really bad for like teams like SBTC and as well as Eagle Esports. You know, they were so close at the very end, but it all came down to just how you kind of maintain these engagements, showing presence at the wrong time, and half the time it's not even in your control.
I saw GRC, thanks to EVOS Phoenix, they got 3 elimination points. Up to that point where they were not engaged by any teams at all, in such a gruesome manner, GRC had 0 eliminations. So thank you to the 2-time world champs. All thanks to the 2-time world champs, they got 3 precious points. And if my calculations serve me right, even if they do take the third spot, they make it to the top 12.
Hopefully your stats guy is correct and all the math works out, because we've been hyping this up, and if the standings are just like they're 1 point
now
off.
My stats guy sends me a message, boss, sorry, I calculated wrong. They needed actually 20 points. No, kill you, stats guy, I kill you.
Oh boy, it's stressful. It's stressful to think about, and yes, we're putting a big focal point on these 3 teams, but some things are guaranteed, and the fate of GRC, so far, we're just putting speculations out there until the final official score is given.
I mean, for me, it's all about the story of the underdog. I didn't want to focus on, the top 3 at all, because, I mean, they all make it to the grand final. Who cares about them, right?
We talk about them then.
Yeah, we talk about them in the final 3 days. But it was the 5 teams who were down in the bottom for that relegation. But of course, let's bring the spotlight to expand for the time being, as we were focusing so much on the Indonesian team of GRC. We didn't really talk about this team out of MCPS, who's had a little bit of those dark moments within the competition, but has just done more than enough to get into the grand finals.
I feel with their coach, they have like a line of play. They have a very clear pathway, a lot of logic, and more importantly, a mind map of how to actually move around on different maps. So I think that expands. A lot of times they get really, really unlucky, but also it's fighting that instinct of, do I keep chasing or do I find a position?
Hutomo is a great coach. I love the fact that he was added into the roster of Expand to guide the boys. But Hutomo, brother, I am not a great big fan of you allowing them to spread apart very early in these matches, because in every single circumstance that Expand has taken those drops and they have split up, if they get hot drop, it's an instant wipe. They go in for the early rewipes, they don't get to that final circle, right? They don't have miraculous runs like GRC. And that's going to be one of the things, hopefully, they fix before getting to the grand finals. Looking at the team comp, on the other hand, they bring in the Skylar, Steffi, A124, as well as Homer. A very balanced, set of active skills, but leaning more towards the aggressive side.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what you should expect from a lot of these teams, especially here in Southeast Asia. We like to fight a lot, but let's have a look at our MVP here as the Axel, making sure that he's covering the right points in these engagements. He knows that his team will go up ahead of him into that 3v4 situation, having one pull slightly backwards, and Axel is the one who looks out for the thirds, who looks out for their flanks.
Let's look at the skill comps here, because this is a very aggressive setup coming through from Axel. He's usually the guy backing up everybody from the side of Expand. Skylar, Riptide Rhythm, takes down the defenses, puts up a perimeter where another blue wall cannot be erected. You've also got the Awakened Moko. You've got Maro in there as well. Maro, with the increased distance, the further away they are, the more the damage. And the guy's got an AWM. Yeah, you're gonna wreck people out there.
Absolutely destroying people. But the AC-80 is going to be the weapon of choice in this match, as well as the Trogon and the M10. But of course, and especially when you're getting into these close range fights, right? These passive abilities really start to make a significant difference when you are looking for not only just information, but making the right call of when to swing out. Because a lot of teams have been caught out where one of their members don't have that same information, swing out too wide and get pre-fired.
Now, I totally overlooked the fact that, I was on the GRC hype train today because they were just on an impossible run. But with that, we also have to say goodbye to a different team, so I don't know what I've done. Expand picks up 24 massive points with the poo here.
I think this is what people call turning a blind eye. I think that's you should get into politics, Pistachio.
2E is gonna be like, wait, why didn't you cheer for us?
Exactly.
Because 2E, you were doing decently well. You didn't give me a moment where my heart is going to be twisted, pummeled, pounded, but the overall standings just say that GRC Aphrodite makes it through to the top 12 with 2 points advantage in Eagle Esports. I'm sorry, boys. I am sorry I gave them a lot of my good juju.
Wow! Oh my goodness. Sometimes you gotta back the right horse here. I can't wait to vote for President Mustachio 2024. But let's talk about the teams advancing to the grand finals.
Fortunately for Eagles, LGDS, Vastomundo, etc., they don't make it, but the teams that do, the two-time world champs, EVOS Phoenix, alongside Magic Esports with a string of booyahs to their names. Team Flash, who added those booyahs in as well. PE Sports, or should I say the owners of Bermuda, the best performing team at Bermuda. That's going to be fun to watch. E-Arena, the team from Thailand that literally woke up on their final day of play. The champions of MCPS Expand, representing Malaysia, representing the server of MCPS as well. Super strong, alongside FW, First Raiders Eclipse, Morph Team, SBTC, Genesis Dogma, and guess who, baby? GRC Aphrodite with a final second break through the top 12.
Oh my goodness. 4 Indonesian teams make it through, 3 Vietnamese teams, 4 Thai teams, and 1 Malaysian team. What a spread out here. We knew the regions were strong. We expected it to come in this particular fashion, but not in this particular way.
I don't know what to say.
Look, it has been one heck of a ride here. I feel like I was dropped in at the end of the Marvel movie, right at the beginning. Bit of a regret there, and I'm very happy that I'm here today. Thanks so much to Husky keeping me informed about literally everything that has been going on here.
I mean, it was a really fun day, man. The storyline just panned out super well, just to keep me excited all throughout the day, especially for the final match. If it wasn't for GRC, I'll probably just be casting like, okay, this team takes on that team, that team takes on this team. Yeah, okay, they make... I mean, it's just such a boring league when you know for sure who's going to make it to the grand final.
Absolutely.
You need these kind of suspenseful moments. Unfortunately, 2E is the one that kind of bit the bitter end of that suspense.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Everybody was doing their absolute best.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that's the end of the group stages. Next week, when we come back in Friday, Saturday, Sunday, it's going to be the grand finals. We'll see you there, baby. FFSI, Gideon Mustacho signing off.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly.